You are watching the Big 12 on ESPN, or you will be eventually. It was a sun-splashed day here in Tucson when Arizona walked into the stadium, gearing up for Weber State here in the second game of the year. All smiles from players, fans, Coach Brent Brennan, especially after last week's dominant win over Hawaii. But things have turned in the hours since the players arrived. Storms just to the south of Arizona Stadium have delayed kickoff. By how much, we don't know. We should be kicking off right now, but we're not. And so we wait as fans, students, all take cover here inside the stadium. We are glad you're with us here for what's going to turn into Big 12 After Dark. I'm Ted Emmerich. He's former Iowa State running back Jeff Woody. I feel like we just did this. We were in Lubbock last week for Texas Tech's season opener. There was a 90-minute lightning delay at halftime of that game, but this is what happens this time of year. We saw it a lot today.
Yeah, there's a lot of delays in the earlier games, and now the delays are hitting the games that are played farther west. But, you know, it's one of those things. It's early in the season. You kind of have to adapt, and no coach is going to complain about it because the other team has to deal with it too. So adversity is striking both teams, and eventually we'll get to what we will be excited to watch as a good game. But we got to sit through at least a little bit more time.
It was easy to sit through last week if you're an Arizona fan. A lot of positives in that win over Hawaii, and maybe most encouraging, they did it without the A game of their veteran quarterback, Noah Fifita, but Fifita's driven to bring that here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. He actually came to offensive coordinator Seth Doege and said, I need to be better. Not prompted, not saying, hey, you had a bad grade. He took it upon himself to say, I need to be better. But what also helps with this offense is the fact that they have three really good running backs and a running game that it's not just slinging around the field. If you think a Mike Leach coached quarterback and air raid, everything's up and down the field. They had 183 rushing yards and 4 touchdowns to 161 passing yards and 1 touchdown. They are a physical team, and you want to talk about physical. This defense led by Danny Gonzalez, who is in his first year as defensive coordinator here. We were in a meeting with him yesterday, and he said, I want our guys to run through the opponent's soul. He wants to take the spirit out of the opposing team. They had 20 sacks all of last year. They had 5 last week. There's twists, there's blitz, there's stunts. You're going to see a bunch of wild stuff that this defense is going to run. But most of all, they like to hit, and they're going to bring the fight to Weber State. And I think that's the thing that Big 12 fans are both excited and a little bit nervous to see if Arizona can find themselves a defense.
Yeah, the turnover sword was stacked high last week with 5 balls. Don't use the turnover sword right now. Make sure that's locked away. That could be a lightning rod. We don't have an update quite yet. Here's what we do know on an 87-degree night, that once we get the all clear, we will have 45 minutes to kickoff. Teams will have 30 minutes to warm up, so an abbreviated warm-up time within that time frame. But for now, we all have to wait. So sit tight, and we will step aside from here in Tucson, Arizona, and Weber State already in a lightning delay. From Tucson, Arizona, you are watching the Big 12 on ESPN for real this time. Kickoff delayed by a little more than 2 hours because of lightning, but Arizona and their fans ready to bear down and build on that dominant Week 1 victory against Hawaii. Weber State from the Big Sky in the FCS in town from Ogden, Utah here in Week 2. And we are certainly glad that you're staying up with us here in Tucson, along with former Iowa State running back Jeff Woody. I'm Ted Emmerich. A good Sunday morning to you if you are up late on the East Coast. It's going to be Big 12 after dark, and that's not such a bad thing. But for the players here, you gear up all day long. You know, it's going to be a 7 o'clock local kick. It turns into 9:10 local time. What is this like?
Yeah, it's sometimes a little bit hard to re-aggravate or kind of re-energize yourself, but once you hear the music and the fireworks go off and the pyrotechnics and you see the other team across from you, all that laziness or malaise that sets in, that is gone, and you are ready to go as soon as you get on the field.
If Arizona is going to make noise in year 2 in the Big 12, their veteran quarterback, Noah Fifita, is going to have to recapture his form from 2 years ago. The good thing in that win over Hawaii, he wasn't at his best, and they still steamrolled, but he wants to be at his best tonight.
Yeah, he wants to be at his best tonight in a league with as many quarterbacks as the Big 12 has. Noah Fifita has to be at the top, but what really helps is the fact that they have this running game that is as deep as they are. They will be without one of their normal horses that they have. Kedrick Reesano is going to be out this game against Weber State. However, they do have 2 other guys in Ismail Mahdi and Quincy Craig that are absolutely capable of carrying the load. They had 183 rushing yards compared to 161 passing yards in the Week 1 win against Hawaii. And another thing that's going to help a quarterback is you have a defense that wants to destroy the spirit and soul of the opponent. Now, when you watch normal football, you're going to watch people break down and tackle, and for every one of you that's a traditionalist in football, you're going to look at this and go, what are they doing? Coach Danny Gonzalez wants guys not to break down. He wants to run through offensive players, literally says, I want you to break their spirit. Well, they don't practice breaking down. They practice running through the tackle. This is what they did to warm up, and that's the aggressiveness that they play with. They had 20 sacks all of last year. They had 5 last week against Hawaii. They are 1/4 of their total in just 4 quarters of play. You're set to see a very physical game from this Arizona Wildcats, and Weber State is going to have to match that physicality if they want to have a chance to pull an upset. Like we've seen some other upsets happen today, if Weber State wants to be one, they will have to match the physicality of Arizona.
It has cooled off after the storms passed through here in Tucson. Now 77 degrees. We're supposed to kick about 2 hours, 10 minutes ago. Better late than never, and it's very late. But we're ready to go. Weber State won the coin toss, deferred. Arizona ball first as Sloan Calder sends it away. And Arizona starts from the 25 with Noah Fifita, the redshirt junior from Huntington Beach. He's closing in on becoming top 5 all-time in Arizona history in both yards and touchdowns. With 203 yards tonight, he becomes 5th on that list. 1 more touchdown, he ties for 5th with Tom Tunnicliffe. Good thing is, he's got his full complement of receivers this week.
Yeah, he's got both Chris Hunter and Chris Hudson that are back, and offensive coordinator Seth Dagey was very excited that those 2 guys are back because they're his confidence that he has trust in that they're going to be in the right spot, and that's big for Noah Fifita without Tech Milling this year.
Out of the empty set on first down, Weber State brings a blitz, and Fifita beats it with the pass to Javen Nunu Watley. And it's a first down on the first play from scrimmage. The transfer from Chattanooga picks up 11.
And that was a really good play. The thing that Fifita struggled with last week was his feet were a little unsettled. When he gets all his cleats in the ground and delivers a ball on time with his base settled, he is as good as any quarterback in this conference.
Quincy Craig does get the start at running back after the 125-yard effort last week against Hawaii. Craig's first carry tonight nets him 3 yards. Probably one of the more underrated transfers in the Big 12, Jeff, coming from Portland State in the FCS, and even the Arizona coaches were surprised with what they got from him last week.
Yeah, he was a slot receiver. He hadn't really played running back until he got to Arizona, and he surprised them with his instinct and his physicality in the running game.
Again, the blitz, Fifita scrambling this time, and it's another first down for U of A across midfield. Fifita picks up 11.
We were just talking about it. I mean, this is Quincy Craig. He was a slot receiver, number 24 on the right side of your screen. He's going to pick up a blitzer and allow Noah Fifita to pop out underneath there. I mean, Seth Dagey challenged these running backs in spring ball. He said, we might have to change our blocking scheme because y'all aren't very good at picking up blitzes. And Quincy was in a practice this fall and stuffed a linebacker and said, maybe we got something here.
On first down, it's Craig. And he barrels for a couple to the 47, stopped by Keanis Thompson, the leader of the Weber State defense. Now, Craig was the second leading rusher in the Big 12 through week 1, behind only L.J. Martin of BYU. Fifita unloads. That's caught by Chris Hunter. And a first down inside the 35. Hunter had to exit after 6 plays last week with an injury. Here he picks up 16.
And again, I want you guys to watch his feet. Whenever you see an accurate ball delivered, Noah Fifita has all of his cleats in the ground. He tends to get a little toesy, meaning literally stands on his toes, his heels are off the ground. If that's the case, the ball tends to float or dive. Well, he's got all his cleats in the ground, allows him to deliver an accurate ball. And you get someone like Chris Hunter, who is as explosive as he is, the threat of the deep ball, then he throws the brakes on. There's going to be a lot of space for Fifita to fit the ball in.
And Seth Dagey told us, man, he's one of the cleanest throwers I've ever had the privilege of being around. He's not just dangerous outside the pocket. He can beat you inside it. And Fifita has time here to the end zone for a touchdown. A 31-yard strike to Nunu Watley.
Man, this is as good of a starting drive as you could ask for the Arizona Wildcats. Noah Fifita was in rhythm every single time he threw the ball. He accepted the challenge that Seth Dagey gave him. And if you look at the right side of your screen, another welcome face for these Arizona Wildcats is Raina Tapa-Atotai, the aptly named Rhino Tapa-Atotai at right tackle. He is a physical leader, and he stoned a pass rush. And that allowed Fifita to be comfortable, have a clean pocket, deliver an accurate ball. And man, we are 3 minutes into the game, and Arizona's offense is looking very good.
Well, the lightning passed. Arizona had plenty of lightning in reserve from the right arm of Noah Fifita. Nunu Watley has his first touchdown as a Cat. Well, the weather delay certainly didn't seem to affect Noah Fafita on the game's opening drive. Razor sharp to start against Weber State here in week 2.
Yeah, and you're going to watch this Weber State defense. They like to be a man cover. Well, you saw the motion across, and no one came with him. Angel King, you can see him there looking like, hey, who's supposed to have him? Well, Angel King's supposed to play over the top, and K.O. Hansen there. You can see those two talking to each other. K.O. Hansen probably needed to follow that receiver across. Then when Watley released, he's supposed to follow him up the middle. That was a little bit of a miscommunication. I don't think Coach Dale is going to be very happy with that, as he is the safeties coach. So that is a miscommunication in the secondary. It obviously goes without saying that cannot happen when you're playing a team as explosive as Arizona.
Jackson Gilkey's the quarterback for Weber State, redshirt sophomore from Ennis, Texas, just south of Dallas. He's a third-year sophomore, but he didn't play in his 2 years at UTSA, so last week was his college football debut in the loss to James Madison.
And he actually looked okay once he got, or if he got protection. And I say that if he got protection because there's a lot of that if he's going to get protection today because of the aggressiveness of Arizona's defense.
And Gilkey on the keeper. And Gilkey has a first down. Used his legs a little bit last week. 8 carries, 21 yards. He gains 16 here, tackled by Dalton Johnson.
And right away, all this motion that we're going to have, watch the bottom of your screen. You see number 3, Trey Smith, disappears. They twist it. They twist all the time. Well, you can sometimes twist yourself out of a play. By twist, I mean one defender crosses the other defender's face. Well, one just ran himself out of the play there.
Gilkey to the air for the first time. And a catch by Jalen Record, the SMU transfer in his second year with Weber State, hit immediately by Genesis Smith after a gain of 3.
Yeah, and Record is a guy that when we talked to Coach Mental, he said Record, he has to step up. He has to be more of a playmaker, and we got to get him the ball more. So far, so good for Mr. Record.
Now, Record only 1 catch last week against JMU for 4 yards.
Not a big guy, but very explosive.
Mickey Mental thinks he can be the go-to receiver for his team. On 2nd and 7, back to Record. Made a man miss. And Record shoved out of bounds at midfield by Smith. Looks like it'll be 3rd and a yard.
I mean, that's a good play for both sides. I mean, you look at a guy like Genesis Smith who came in and cleaned up that play. He's the middle safety, number 12. We're going to call his name a lot tonight. And when they talked about at the top about running through somebody's soul, the plus side of that is you might kill somebody on the field, not literally, but you might take their spirit, but you also might miss. And that means the rest of your buddies on the defense, they have to rally up to the tackle. So yes, you missed a tackle, but you got him out of bounds eventually, but it's a 5-yard gain. I think both sides can say that's an okay play.
On 3rd and a yard, Davion Godley tumbles to the line to gain. Certainly looks like he picked it up. Needed the 49, and he got it.
Yeah, you're going to watch the top side of the screen. Number 42 there is Dominic Lalesio, and he's going to be in this kind of weird, funky position we're going to see the rest of the night. He's sort of off the ball, he's sort of on the ball, and the entire point of that is to mess with the blocking scheme, whether it's in the pass game or the running game like we saw there. It's a little wrinkle that Weber's going to have to deal with.
I mean, it's a shape-shifting defense this year under Danny Gonzalez. Now, it looks like we might have a review. Did Weber State pick up the first down or not? That was the call on the field.
And yeah, while we're talking about just having this kind of amorphous defense, one thing, and just for football purists, you know, every 7th grade football coach says you have to fit in the gap. Well, Danny Gonzalez says who needs to fit in the gap? I mean, this style defense is legitimately not meant to be, quote, gap responsible, because what they're trying to block everything with or cover every gap with is they're trying to cover it with speed and aggressiveness and motion. And so if you cross from the C gap to the B gap, or the outside of the tackle to the inside of the tackle, and he blocks, he goes with you, well, you effectively close off both of them because you can't run through a body and you're in the other spot. So it's an interesting defense, and I don't know if I see enough to overturn the call itself.
I'll tell you what, though, Jeff, I do think it might be closer than it initially looked where the elbow went down and where the ball was located in the grasp. of Godley. Again, the ruling was a first down on the field. Like you said, is there enough to overturn it?
After review, the runner's elbow was on the ground with the ball short of the line to gain. It'll be fourth down inside the 49-yard line.
Yeah, when we got that second look, Jeff, that elbow came down with the ball in hand midway between the 50 and the 49.
And I think it is a little bit lucky that where it happened, because you can see there's a line on the field between the red part of the A and the white part of the A. And so you can see that, oh, his arm hit in the red. If that was between the 35 and the 40-yard line, it's just green grass. On the replay, it's hard to see exactly where that ball is, but because the color on the field, sort of a bad luck situation for Weber. And we see some aggressiveness already with going for it from fourth down at midfield. That kind of tells you what they think about Arizona's offense and what they're going to have to do to compete.
They need a half yard. Gilkey under center, and he sneaks it across. A flag is down, however, far side. Weber State jumped.
Prior to the ball being snapped, false start, offense, 5-yard penalty, fourth down.
Matuda Salam, the referee tonight. Weber State moved the chains, but the penalty sets them back, and now they will punt it.
Yeah, and that, sometimes when you look at the final statistics, and I believe the false start was on the top side. Yep, left guard twitched just a little bit, was trying to kind of rock into it. But sometimes you look at the stat sheet and you go, oh, they only got penalized one time for 5 yards. So that's a massive penalty, because a 4th and 1 inch is much more convertible than a 4th and 6, which means you got to give the possession up, put the ball back in Noah Fafita's hands, and that's not something you want to do too many times.
Aussie Henry Way, playing in his second career college football game, sends it to Jeremiah Patterson. Landed in front and downed at the 15 by Weber State. Arizona up a touchdown, and they've got the ball back. Grab a hot dog. Kickoff delayed by more than 2 hours. Arizona up 7-0. A sharp start from Noah Fafita and the offense. They got the ball back. Fafita said last week, hey, that wasn't me against Hawaii. This was more like it on the first drive.
This is what we expect of Noah Fafita. He's calm, he's relaxed, all of his cleats are in the ground, he's delivering the ball accurately. And we've seen a lot of touchdowns from Noah Fafita.
Now Fafita tied for 5th all-time at Arizona in touchdown passes, ties Tom Tunnicliffe, 4-year starter in the early 80s. He's got a new Solomon in his sights next. 3 more, he ties him for 4th. The night is young, Jeff Woody.
We've only got 6 minutes into this game. There's a whole lot of time for Noah Fafita to tie some records.
Quincy Craig motions out. Arizona starts from their own 15. Fafita again, a clean pocket, and a deep shot for Watley. He's got it again. Nunu leaves Weber in the rearview mirror. 85-yard touchdown.
I mean, we mentioned it at the top. There was a miscommunication on the first touchdown. This wasn't necessarily a miscommunication, but this is just, Weber State loves to play man. When you have guys that can destroy man coverage, you find them. You spread them out. They were 5 wide in that, and really Noah Fafita on that play. Quincy Craig played slot receiver before he got here, so you have 1 tight end and 1 running back who played wide receiver, and then you have 3 wide receivers, and one of them runs that fast. You find the matchup you like best, and Eshawn Daniels he bit a little bit on a double move, and then that is another just incredible ball from Noah Fafita. When his feet are set, he is as good as anybody in the country, and that was an immaculate throw.
Fafita is now 4 for 4 for 144 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, you're going to see it at the top of your screen. It's just a little bit of a double move, and it's not even really like he's trying to settle anything, but Daniels was trying to just get hands on him. It's what's called a reroute, is anytime at the top of a route, I want to try and make you move. Well, the problem is if I'm, as a defender, going forward towards the line of scrimmage, but the receiver is going towards the end zone and I miss, that's a big miss.
Took a shot from Matt Herron, didn't matter. 85 yards over the top.
Yeah, ball's gone, and I think he was really just making sure that Watley was clear of that defender, and he knew he had enough arm to get it there. I mean, so far, that record book, he's going to get the ladder out. He's climbing the record book faster than we need him to climb it. We didn't set up for him to get 4th or 3rd on the list. I think 3rd is safe. He's got to throw like 13 touchdowns tonight to get there, but excellent start for Noah Fafita.
And Ian Wagner, the Illinois State transfer, has a weapon attached to his hip. It's now 10 kickoffs and 10 touchbacks from Arizona's new kickoff specialist. So a 14-0 Arizona lead, just like that. Get kickoff delayed tonight by 2 hours and 10 storms here in Tucson, and now Weber has dug itself a hole.
Yeah, and that all goes back to that false start on 4th down. You have a 4th down at midfield that you're going for. You have a chance to convert it, and you ultimately do convert it, but a left guard just rocks a little bit. You got to punt it, and all of a sudden, you go from being down, or with the ball, being down 14.
Oh, might be a broken play here from Gilkey, and it's incomplete. He's looking for Marvin Session. Michael Dansby had the assignment for Arizona.
I mean, Gilkey, this is only his 2nd college start. It's only his 2nd actual action in college, but that was a nice decision. One of my favorite adages is don't make a bad play worse. That play was kind of broken, kind of not. Throw it into the first row of the stands, live to play 2nd down. Don't try and force something. Young quarterbacks can tend to do that.
Tay Brown threatening the blitz up the middle for Arizona. Gilkey adjusting. And Arizona counters. Here's Godley, hit by Brown and his friends. Gain of a yard. Now, Mickey Mental is in year 3 as Weber State's head coach, and yeah, he gets asked about the name all the time. No, he's not a Yankees fan. He's from Cleveland. That's his team. Grandpa John loved the Mick, though, named his dad Michael. Mickey Mental is actually Michael Mental Jr. The name stuck.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that name and you just understand that he is a sports guy. Like, he is a football guy's football guy, and he was fun to talk to in the pre-production meetings.
3rd and 9. Gilkey slings it short, incomplete.
Yeah, that looked like either a missed conversion on a route. Now, a lot of times a wide receiver has the option of converting a route and making it shorter or running deep. And really, I think if it's off pressure, you sit it down. If it's tight pressure, you run long. I think the receiver saw one thing, the quarterback saw another. There was just not really a connection there. And they got to punt the ball back to Arizona, which is the absolute worst thing that they could do for this defense that is still reeling. They were only on field for 3 plays, and they had to give the ball back.
Way punts it for the 2nd time. Patterson had a 41-yard return early last week. He calls for the fair catch near the 40 here. So great field position for Arizona this time compared to the 15-yard line the last possession. Not that that mattered to Noah Fifita. It was back at Media Days in July that Brent Brennan said about Noah Fifita, hey, by December, everyone in the Big 12 and maybe everyone in America is going to be talking about him. He thought that Fifita could have the bounce back year this season.
Yeah, and I think when you watch just the Hawaii game, like we talked to Seth Dagey about it, and when I was watching the film, I said I wanted him to be better. And Seth Dagey said, yeah, he said that too. He said, I need to be better. And I think he was processing too much. He wanted to make every play a touchdown. Everything was perfect. And when you try and make it perfect in football, it's not going to be very good.
Ismail Mahdi, the back this time. Throw it underneath to Luke Wysong, the New Mexico transfer. Flag down, might be a hold on Chris Hunter. B.J. Carey made the tackle. It's a gain of 13, but probably coming back.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a hold on Chris Hunter, and we'll get to that once we get the call.
Number 11, offense, 10-yard penalty, first down.
And that's a really hard blocking assignment, and blockers by nature, and offensive linemen specifically, never know where the ball is. You have to trust that the ball's going to be in the right spot. You're going to see the hold there on the bottom side of your screen. Well, I don't know if he's going to cut inside or cut outside, so where's my angle? Where's my leverage? I'm supposed to grab his chest plate as I'm blocking, and well, if he goes left, I kind of have to just trust that he's going there. So it is a tough block when you're that much out in space, but you can't do that and get your play called back.
So 1st and 15. Fifita on the roll. Open man. The new number 4 at Arizona, Chris Hudson. His first catch as a Wildcat. Mason Hitchens trips him up. Hudson, the Washington State transfer, goes for 40.
There is another busted coverage, but this is busted coverage because Noah Fifita has so much possibility. So you watch number 7 at the top side of your screen. He has to decide, am I going to go get Noah Fifita, or am I going to fade back and play underneath this receiver? You can't be right either way with a guy like Fifita.
Fifita, a little contact in the pocket. Dumps it to Hudson, another completion, and out of bounds with a first down inside the 15. Remember Teteroa McMillan wearing the number 4, now an Arizona Hall of Famer, top 10 pick. We'll see his debut with the Panthers tomorrow. Now it's Hudson wearing number 4. Mahdi slices to the 10, picks up 4 yards.
Yeah, we're talking about Chris Hudson. They have a thing called Catapult, where you actually put a little GPS tracker inside a player, and you can tell the speed and intensity with which they're practicing. And Hudson has the highest number on the team, which means he works the hardest. He is the guy who does the most effort. And when you're filling in number 4 at Arizona this year, you need to be a guy that works that hard, because that is a big set of shoes and a big number to fill.
Mahdi again, bending it to the outside, and Weber State, good pursuit.
Yeah,
no gain.
Sione Hala was the one that got the tackle. He missed last week, which we were talking to the Weber State staff. He said that was the first game he's missed in his entire football career ever, in which he didn't get to make the trip to James Madison. And Kevin Enriquez was the guy who started in his place. He's a special teams player. Everyone on the team loves him, but he was a little out of his depth. Sione Hala is a guy who runs around, is a freak athlete, and that was a good job of chasing him down, making a tackle, because that was a good bounce. It was a good read by Mahdi, but an even better play by Hala.
First third down of the night for Arizona. Fifita pushed off his spot, flag is down, and Fifita to the end zone for the touchdown. But a marker back at the 20.
Holding, number 59, offense, 10-yard penalty, third down.
That's on Rhino Tapatotai, who is making his season debut for Arizona, missed last week. Still recovering from the knee injury he suffered last season. They're a nice block on that first drive, remember, but the penalty right here.
Yeah, and Tapatotai, there's a big blitz coming from that side. Whenever someone's crossing your face, again, I don't know where we're going. Is he going to step up? Is he going to step backwards? Got a little bit of a hook on that chest plate, and all that effort or not, we got to put the fireworks back in the can that went off after that touchdown that got called back.
I think they're lost forever, but they've got plenty more here tonight. 3rd and 16. Just a 3-man rush. Fafita underneath to Quincy Craig, stepped out of 1 tackle, and he's pulled down at the 15.
That's really good pursuit by the Weber State defense. The ball carriers for Arizona are so explosive. If you look and say, oh, my buddy's got that, I can kind of jog my way up there, that's not going to work. He made the first man miss, but the next 2 got him down. That's what you're going to see for this Weber State defense, because these Arizona ball carriers are so good. That's a really big momentum, kind of emotional stop for Weber State to actually keep them out of the end zone as hot as they've been.
Michael Salgado Medina takes over for Tyler Loop. Now with the Baltimore Ravens, Salgado Medina adding the place kicking duties to his job as the punter. Out of the hold of Wagner. And he nails it from 32. More fireworks here in Tucson, and a 17-0 lead for Brent Brennan's team.
Yeah, defense, this Arizona defense, I mean, I cannot say how fun it is to watch them. They are everywhere. 6 points allowed to shutout tonight. They are aggressive, they are passionate, they are mean in a good way, and that all comes from their coordinator, Danny Gonzalez. And Danny Gonzalez is a guy, he was the special teams coordinator at Arizona last year, and he was moved over to defensive coordinator, and we talked to Brent Brennan, and that was his call. It was Brennan's call to say, hey, I want you over here because I want this attitude of the defense to be what it is right now on the field. And he's a guy who tries to match the personnel to the scheme, but try and be as aggressive as he can. I mean, he was a GA at New Mexico, and a guy named Brian Urlacher was there, and they kind of invented a defense because of what he can do, and they've done the same thing at Arizona. And you want to talk about Coach Mental being football guys? That's a football guy, Danny Gonzalez.
It's his first time as a defensive coordinator calling plays on a staff since actually just up the road with Arizona State in 2019 under Herm Edwards. He wants to create confusion. He wants to create havoc. Did plenty of that last week. Already doing that tonight against Weber State from the FCS. Weber starts from the 25. And a carry for Godley. Big hit by Max Harris, the new middle linebacker for Arizona. Transfer from Texas State.
And that's that movement that we talked about. There's not a gap that he's trying to fill. They're trying to slant and twist and cause enough space for linebackers and safeties to get through. He's going to be on the bottom side of your screen. You see a twist by the defensive end, which means all the blockers get occupied because of where the defensive linemen are going. And then Harris just gets to react and go make a tackle.
First tackle for loss tonight for Arizona. They bring pressure. Record, he gets drilled. Gavin Hunter filling in once again for Traden Stukes. The usual starter at nickel, recovering from his knee injury. Record picks up 5.
But that was a good play by Gilkey and making sure you get the ball out. That's what's called a hot read, meaning the ball is like a hot potato. I have to get it out of my hands before the blitz gets there because Arizona brought more than Weber State could pick up, which means they have less guys in coverage, which means you throw it to the space that they just vacated.
Weber State needs 6. Gilkey off the hands of Record and intercepted. Genesis Smith, the safety. Inside the 15. The book of Genesis rewritten. His 5th career pick.
One of the worst things you can do as a quarterback is throw a ball high over the middle. A tip and an overthrow is just the bane of every wide receiver's coach. Record's not that big of a guy, but even if he was, that ball coming as hot as it was, as high as it was, means that touchdown carry, that sword there gets a new impaling there. That's what they do every time they get a turnover, and they spike a ball on top of it. Genesis Smith playing that high safety position. As soon as that ball was thrown too high for the receiver to get, if he doesn't pull it down, that thing's just floating. Genesis Smith makes the interception right after the defense does a good job of forcing a field goal for Weber State. They have to come right back out in a very difficult position.
With Arizona already up 17-0, and they've got it at the Weber State 12. Motti and Craig are the backs. And whistles blow.
Prior to the ball being snapped, false start, left tackle, 5-yard penalty, first down. Clock operator, please reset the game clock to 2 minutes, 56 seconds.
Yeah, that was Ty Buchanan. Back to the interception.
Yeah, this ball, again, it's thrown too high and too hot, and anytime the ball goes up, the safeties are deeper than everybody else, so they have the best chance of getting it. But that was actually a good read. It was a bad execution. They're bringing a blitz off the top side, so they're going to be blitzing more than they can cover. Well, that means there's a hot route, just like the second down play. It was just too much mustard on the ball.
Motti finds a lane down to the 10, so they pick up the penalty yardage and a little bit more. Stopped by Holler. Remember, Arizona without Kedrick Reesino because of a foot injury, so they're really down to Motti and Craig here tonight.
I think many teams in the country would kill someone to have these two backs as their, quote, only backs.
Off the play fake. Underneath, and a touchdown for Trey Spivey. The K-State transfer in the end zone for the first time as a Wildcat.
Man, what do you do if you're Weber State? You have to commit extra bodies to the running game because of how good Motti and Craig are. Both of them are capable of breaking the game. Well, if I commit extra, that means every play action becomes an opportunity for a touchdown when you have as much speed as Arizona has on the on the outside. Spivey was a transfer from Kansas State. He's still pretty raw, but the athleticism that he has, when you get the ball in his hands and he's confident of where he's going, man, they have so many weapons on the outside.
And Salgado Medina as the extra point. There is no Teteroa McMillan in this new wide receiver core for Arizona, but there is depth, and the champ right now is Trey Spivey.
Yeah, you'll watch the play action to the front side. He's actually playing what you'd perceive as a tight end position, and because he's 6'4", 212, he looks kind of like a tight end from a distance. You can see that there is just too much commitment by the backside, and that was Eshawn Daniels, again, excuse me, he committed too much to the run because of how much of a threat that Ismail Mahdi is. Well, you're kind of 6 one way, half dozen the other. If I play too much in the pass, Mahdi gets a touchdown. If I commit too much to the run, somebody comes out the backside. Weber State's going to have to do a lot more about being gap responsible or run responsible in the running game so that their safeties and corners don't have to do as much, because they have their hands full with all the wide receivers.
And after the uneven performance last week against Hawaii, Noah Fafita has been perfect tonight. 9 for 9 and 3 touchdowns. Arizona wanted to iron out the passing game. Seth Dagey, Brent Brennan told us that was a huge focus after week 1. They wanted to work out the kinks before Kansas State in the quirky non-conference game coming up on Friday.
Well, and I think a lot of it, when we talked to Coach Dagey, was just him removing responsibility and removing the mental pressure from Noah Fafita, because Fafita is such a leader. He accepts every challenge as the thing that he has to solve. But Bud, you're part of a team. You don't have to do every single thing, and that's what they did on really this entire week.
Gilkey tumbles across the 30-yard line. Isn't it great when you can look at the tablet and just laugh at things? Yeah, that's funny.
Man, look how fun this is. We scored another one. We really got that record list. I hope our graphics department can keep changing it fast enough with how many touchdowns he's throwing.
They're on it, trust me. On 2nd and 2, Record another catch. Staying upright, and he's got the first down. Nice effort from Jaleen Record. Tay Brown hauled him down. So Weber State moves the chains.
With as aggressive as this defense is, these quick passes and successful pulls on a zone read by the quarterback keep the defense trying to run forward, which eventually will open up a shot down the field. Weber State's going to have to do that. Otherwise, the actual running back runs aren't going to be available.
It's just the 2nd first down of the night for Weber State. Gilkey, another keeper, across the 40-yard line, picks up 6.
That's a great read. And whenever you see the running back get tackled and him not have the ball, that means that the fake and the read were done perfectly, because it's a play that's called to make someone not right. So number 27 is going to get tackled. Well, if he gets tackled, pull the ball. That's a zone read. I'm reading that player to make sure I can always be right.
Oh, Arizona took away the screen. Gilkey still throws it low and incomplete. He wanted Noah Kerr.
That is a smart play. Man, that looks like an incompletion in the stat sheet. That play was dead to rights, but I can't throw it over everybody's head. It has to be an eligible receiver because I'm in the pocket, so I can't do intentional grounding, but I can't throw it to my wide receiver because he might get picked or killed. Throw it as hard as you can at his feet. Incompletion, live to play another down. That was low-key a very nice play by Jackson Gilkey.
On 3rd and 4, Gilkey had an open target, and Ammon Munier, the tight end, couldn't come up with it.
Back to that weird amorphous defense, and that ball needed to be caught by Weber State, and the protection did an okay job, because I think what they're doing is they're setting their protection to what I will call the known rusher, which is a guy who, I don't know, he's, like you said, he's not in the rush, he's not, so you see number 44 on the left side of the screen, he's playing at linebacker depth, but he's a defensive lineman, so I know he's coming. We can set our protection that way. So good play, everything up to the point where that catch needed to happen.
Way another punt, and Patterson from the 20. And Patterson is swallowed up inside the 15. Great tackle by Kevin Enriquez. Loss of 7 on the return after the 38-yard punt.
Yeah, and Enriquez was the guy that, again, everybody in the Weber State staff loves. He's former walk-on, has worked his way onto the field. And that was a nice job by Weber State's just special teams unit of just doing a buddy tackle. You do that drill in practice every day to try and make sure that if someone starts going crazy and side to side, that I force him back to my buddy who forces him back to me, and eventually we get him on the ground. But that Weber State offense, they've been close to clicking, but there have been enough mistakes that they've allowed the drives to stall, which gives the ball back to this explosive Arizona offense.
Yeah, remember, U of A had it at the 15. 1 point in this first quarter, 85 yards to Watley. Here from the 13, they run it, and it's snuffed out. Quincy Craig gets tackled after a gain of 2.
Yeah, and that was, again, it's breaking one tackle, but the rest of your buddies have to come and do the rest.
Alfafita has climbed to 5th, surpassing Khalil Tate. Now top 5 all-time in passing yards here at Arizona.
Khalil Tate, hell of a player, man.
And that whole list.
Yeah. Quite the quarterback list, and some guy named Foles sitting at the top of it. What'd he ever do?
Yeah, Super Bowl MVP. That's all.
Philly.
And that is it for the first quarter here tonight in week 2. Long-awaited kickoff, thanks to Lightning. But Brent Brennan could not be happier with his team. A 24-0 lead over Weber State.
Physicality and detail. Can you keep believing in yourself and the guy next to you on your left and right?
Goes downfield, he's got a man open. Touchdown, Arizona! Foot race to the end zone. Rascano will score it. Touchdown, Arizona! Intercepted, picked out by the Wildcats. Genesis Smith goes deep downfield for Hyatt, and he makes the catch. First down, Arizona. That is incredible effort, and Arizona's going to win the game.
Family outgrowing your car? Hughes Federal Credit Union can help you get the car you want and the rate you need. Hughes is one of the only financial institutions in the country that doesn't switch loan rates based on a qualified buyer's credit score. That means you get our one-rate guarantee regardless of your credit score. We promise. When it's time for your next new or used car, Hughes is here to take you further. Check out our low rates at hughesfcu.org/auto and apply today.
Wildcat fans, 2025 Arizona soccer tickets are on sale now. Join the action at Mulcahy Stadium all season long and get your tickets now by calling 520-621-CATS. That's 520-621-2287, or by visiting ArizonaWildcats.com/SOC as head coach Becca Moros and your Arizona Wildcats take on year 2 in the Big 12. Bear down.
Enter the workforce. After the University of Arizona, your work can work wonders. For good. For the community. For humanity. Why settle for a career when your calling is calling? All that's left to do is wonder.
This field belongs to the ones who take it. This season doesn't come with the script. This is where everything is earned, and we mean everything. We don't do handouts here. You want the spotlight? Earn it. You want to shine different? Prove it. 30 years strong, and we keep shining brighter. This is Big 12 football. This is a different league.
Weather delay or not, Arizona did exactly what it should do against an FCS opponent in the first quarter. They put the boot to the throat, 24-0 at the end of one. Ted Emmerich, Jeff Woody, our entire crew, and yes, of course, the numbers are going to be insane.
Yeah, I mean, it was as one-sided gets in the first half, but again, Weber State had some good opportunities. They just didn't quite click, and Arizona had some good opportunities, and they absolutely clicked.
A 2nd and 8 from their own 15 to start the second quarter. And Quincy Craig, the star from last week against Hawaii, picks up a yard. Tackled by Matt Herron, the defensive tackle.
Now, it's not been great for Weber State defensively, specifically against the pass, but they've done an okay job of stopping the run. And I think the linebackers are doing a really good job between Mason Hitchens, Isaac Mahuka, and Sione Hala. They're really athletic, and they can play in a bunch of different positions. Third and long is a position that Arizona has not had to face yet, except for the field goal drive.
Yeah, they've only had 1 third down tonight and converted it. Need 7 here. Yes, it is a pass. And Fafita on target. Luke Weissong with the first down across the 40-yard line. Big gain, 29 yards.
Yeah, that was just a simple whip route. He's going to fake like he's running in a slant and then rips right back out to the side. So it's going to be on, he's throwing it out to the right. The reason why he's so open is he faked crossing the field very aggressively and was able to pull back out.
Now Fafita on the move, and he darts out of bounds inside the 45. Gains 3 there.
Yeah, the Arizona coaching staff and Coach Brennan, they talk about red line. And what red line means is effort, execution, accountability. And one of those things is trying to, you know, you have to be violent all the time. Well, the quarterback doesn't need to be violent on a run.
Just step out of bounds. Don't have to prove yourself. Brent Brennan said that year 1 here in Tucson was absolute misery. Got the job at the end of the first portal window. Just a horrible foundation. Things are much more stable here in year 2. He's got Ismail Mahdi, plucked him from the portal, and Texas State, he's got a first down.
Just as I say, Weber State's doing a good job against the run. There's a giant chasm opened up on the right side of the offensive line. Really nice cutback there by Mahdi. And this Arizona running game was really impressive last week. Hasn't done as much so far today, but that's a good step towards it.
Mahdi, the All-American 2 years ago. Fake the handoff to him. Fafita in trouble, and he's hauled down. There is a flag, however, in the backfield. Keanis Thompson with the sack. But check the marker.
Holding, number 59, offense. The penalty is declined. It's 2nd down.
Yeah, Weber State will take the sack. Second penalty on Tapa Tota.
Yeah, Rhino, it's his first game back in, and you know, you think wide receivers and quarterbacks have to get used to it. Well, offensive linemen have to get used to it too, and Keanis Thompson's a heck of a rusher, and when you start getting into a position where you have to hit your hands in the right spot, I have to make sure that my feet are moving the right way, but I haven't done that against somebody else, it does start to affect you a little bit. So it's this is the rust for an offensive lineman.
Impressive effort by Thompson fighting through that hold. Still came up with the sack. Mahdi past the 45, but a flag from behind the play. And Arizona's going backwards again.
Holding, number 63, offense. 10-yard penalty, 2nd down.
And this one's on the right guard, Alexander Doost, the PFF freshman All-American from a year ago.
Yeah, this is not going to make Seth
Weber
Dagey
State has
happy. I mean,
elected to decline the penalty.
he's the right guard,
It's 3rd
and I
down.
believe he's going to pull on this play, and he's trying to set an edge. And when you go to set an edge, sometimes you do what's called logging, which means you're going to try and get outside the guy. Well, if I log, but the running back doesn't get there enough, that player is going to continue to play upfield. My hands are in the wrong spot. That's an easy hold, but that also could have been caused by the run action being delayed. So the guard's expecting him at a certain time. He doesn't get there. Sorry, bud, that's another hold.
Yeah, so Weber State declined the penalty, so it's 3rd and 12 for Arizona. Pocket breaks down. Fafita takes off. And Noah Fafita is submarine just short of the line to gain. At the 32, Monte Pate going low. And it's 4th down. Offense remains out there for Arizona. Going for it on 4th and a yard. Craig burrows for the first down to the 28.
Yeah, you got to play in your back pocket when you know that you want to go rush on 4th down. It's a very small call sheet. What's my personnel out there? What play can I get us going really, really quickly? Because the faster that you actually get going, the less exotic the defense can be. So I get you in a straight defense with the personnel that we have. If I go really quick, 3rd down into 4th down is actually a good time to do that rush-style offense.
Craig, very familiar with Weber State, coming from the Big Sky, Portland State. Played them last year at 90-plus yards and a touchdown in a losing effort. Fafita keeping it. There's nobody on that half of the field, and Fafita carries it out of bounds, being chased by Isaac Mahuka. There is a flag down at the 15 in the secondary on the opposite side of the field.
Holding, number 22. Defense, 10-yard penalty, automatic 1st down.
And that's on the corner, Eshawn Daniels.
Boy, Eshawn Daniels has had a rough night. He's given up a couple touchdowns, and now there's a holding penalty. But I think the stress that the speed of these wide receivers puts on you is, well, I think that one's a hold there, right in the middle of your screen. Is grabbing someone by the jersey and throwing him down, is that a hold?
You were saying before the game you did this on special teams at Iowa State, but not to that degree.
Hey, you what do you get away with? You grab a little jersey, you grab a little jersey.
Light tug, not all the way to the turf. Craig to the perimeter, trying to cut it back, and he's pulled out of bounds inside the 10.
Man, that's just speed. That is just pure speed. Weber State had an okay position. The outside player's shoulders were square, which has a contained edge, but Quincy Craig just beat him, just faster. There's nothing you can do about it if a guy's just that fast.
1st and goal for Arizona, which has kept it on the ground on this drive after lighting up Weber State through the air the first few possessions. Craig remains the back. Fafita to the air. And to the end zone, Watley, it's broken up by Angel King. But a flag. Angel King was not going to allow Nunu Watley to haul in his 3rd touchdown of the night.
Yeah, but I think he might have gotten there a little bit early in order to make that pass defense.
Pass interference, number 24, defense. The foul occurred in the end zone. The ball will be placed at the 2-yard line. 1st down.
And Angel King actually played a good game last week against James Madison. He's the green dot. By green dot, you can see him the very bottom of the screen. Watley tries to play back, and King just runs into him. That is absolutely a pass interference. Angel King's a guy that Coach Dale thinks is a potential NFL player, but he's got to continue the excellent play he had last week and not do stuff like that.
So 1st and goal from the 2. Craig slams into the line. He's pushed back. Lost a yard. Isaac Mahuka filling the gap.
Yeah, Isaac Mahuka is a guy who's very flexible at what position he can play. He's technically a linebacker, as it looks like there is a Weber State Wildcat on the field.
We'll step aside. It's Matt Herron who's injured for Weber State. Weber State defensive tackle Matt Herron needed help off the field during the timeout. He got caught up in the maelstrom at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, and if you're going to get hurt on a play that you actually did well. I mean, it's sort of I guess a Warriors exit, and you can see he's the left defensive tackle here. He does a really good job getting penetration, but you can see that the rest of the left side of the offensive line just caves in on his left leg, and that's, I mean, part of the hardest part about playing in the inside of football, in guards, offensive linemen, defensive linemen, is that kind of rolled up stuff happens a lot more than you'd like it to happen.
Redshirt freshman Kevin Johnson takes his place. 2nd and goal for Arizona. Fafita looking in the flat for Craig. Has to go to plan B. Oh, and it's a dropped touchdown. Sam Olsen almost had touchdowns in back-to-back weeks.
Yeah, Sam Olsen was thinking about what touchdown dance he was going to have and took his eyes off the ball. That's something that is so easy when it's so open. You start to just think, God, don't drop it, don't drop it, don't drop it. Well, when you think about not doing a thing, that thing usually happens. Fafita does a really good job of, Weber State has the edge. Don't try and run to the edge, run back inside. Really good scramble drill there, but unfortunately was not able to capitalize for Arizona.
Fafita started 10 for 10. That's the first incompletion of the night. 3rd and goal. On the roll. Fafita, too tall for Chris Hunter. Monte Pate stuck to him.
Yeah, Coach Dale, he comes from a Utah background. He played at Utah under Kyle Whittingham. And that style defense is we're going to match you and play man. When you're in the low red zone, inside the 10, inside the 5, you have an extra defender in the backside of the goal line, or the backside of the end zone. So you have an extra defender. You can be more aggressive with your man coverage, and that allows you to be in a better position sometimes.
Speaking of aggressive, how about Arizona going for it on 4th and goal, up 24-0. Fafita, the pirouette, a flag is down, and Fafita is in for the touchdown. And a flag at the 12.
Holding, number 77, offense, 10-yard penalty, 3rd down.
Yeah, this is one of the hardest things to do as an offensive lineman because, again, I don't know where the ball carrier is. If there is a scramble that happens and starts to release one direction, well, my defensive player is moving to my right. Well, the scramble then goes back the other direction. The pressure of your defensive lineman, the guy you're blocking, is the only thing that you have to determine. He's the left guard. He's going to be blocking number 91. It's going to be Easton Payne, and you're going to see it starts to release to one side, starts to release the other side. I don't want to give up the sack. I got too much of a hold, and that's absolutely, it's a grab around the neck. Touchdown called back for the 2nd time for Arizona for an offensive line holding call.
And the 3rd hold overall against Arizona's offensive line. Salgado Medina hit from 32 earlier. He's good from 31 to make it 27-0. Another hold against an Arizona offensive lineman. Well, Brent Brennan likes to talk about red line. 100 miles per hour, 100% of the time. That's not what he's talking about there. Arizona had the CFP dreams at the beginning of last year. They were in the preseason top 25, started 3-1, lost 7 of their final 8 games. Would love to be in the mix this year in year 2 in the Big 12. They've got a 27-0 lead over Weber State here in week 2. Ted Emmerich, Jeff Woody, our entire crew. And they have a kickoff specialist now in Ian Wagner. How about the swag of the hoodie outside the jersey?
And he's got a towel too?
Man, and every ball off his foot is through the back of the end zone.
You lose Tyler Luke to the NFL and you replace him with a guy who's got a leg the same size. I mean, whoever's in charge of kicker recruiting at Arizona is doing a terrific job.
Wagner's now 13 for 13, converting kickoffs into touchbacks. He handles the kickoffs. Michael Salgado Medina, the kicker, who is 4 for 4, by the way, on field goals with that latest one. So Weber State back to work once again at the 25. Jackson Gilkey, again, just his second ever college football game. Didn't play a snap the last 2 years at UTSA in the American. Gilkey keeps it, and he's brought down after a nominal gain. It's now 32 yards on the ground, and Gilkey's 4 of 9 for 17 yards through the air. This is a brutal schedule to start for Weber State. 4 of their first 5 are on the road, and in 4 different time zones.
Yeah, they have to fly all the way out to Virginia to play James Madison. They got to fly down to Arizona, and they got to go down to McNeese in the central time zone. Then they got to go over to Indian, or they host Butler. Then they go to California. I mean, the travel schedule is insane. Whoever's booking them is going to have so many miles by the time they're done. Imagine the points they're accumulating.
Yes, make sure to sign up for the loyalty program. You know that by now. Gilkey takes a hard shot, and 2 flags are thrown.
2 things on that. One is that was a perfectly executed screen, everything except the throw, and 2, that might be a targeting. That would look like there was helmet-to-helmet contact, and I'm not exactly sure who was the one making the tackle, but...
Personal foul, roughing the passer, number 11, defense, 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
And curious by omission, no targeting with that. Yes, the roughing the passer call against Jabari Mann, the linebacker, redshirt freshman.
Yeah. Good for Arizona that it was the avoidance of tackling. You're going to see him come from the top side of the screen, and the ball's gone. You need to kind of relax there. I think that probably could have been targeting. You see the crown of his helmet hit the head of the player of Jackson Gilkey. I mean, sort of by letter of the law, that perhaps fits the bill for targeting. But nonetheless, was not called.
Well, we might have a review. In fact, yes, we are. As the teams huddle up here, they will take a closer look at that. Again, he's in a passing posture. As a result, he's a defenseless player. It doesn't even have to be that crown of the helmet right at the very top. Just that forcible contact to the head or neck area. And you're looking for an indicator here, Jeff. Is there a launch of some sort from Jabari Mann?
Yeah, and you can see really the launch part. Doesn't mean he has to like jump out of his skin, but you can see his face mask, and the blue of his face mask tips down. And the tipping down of that face mask means you're moving with intent to use your head as a weapon, which is exactly what targeting is trying to do to get rid of in football. I think, unfortunately, targeting wasn't called immediately on the field, but I think this will likely come back, and Jabari Mann is going to be done. Good news for Arizona. If there is a targeting and he is ejected, it happens in the first half, not the second half. So he will likely, if this does come back as we expect, he will have to sit the remainder of this game, but will be able to play against Kansas State next week, as it's just this half and one additional half, which would be the second half of this game.
And by the way, even out here in Tucson, next week is about to turn into this week in less than 2 hours.
After review, it has been determined that number 11 for Arizona committed a targeting foul. Number 11 has been disqualified.
I do think it's the right call. I think it checks every box here. And Jabari Mann is done for the night.
Yeah, and it has to be kind of the conditions of targeting mean that you have to either be leading with the crown of your helmet, or you're hitting a defenseless player in the head or neck area. What is a defenseless player? It's a quarterback in the throwing posture, so he just got rid of the ball. He can't defend himself because his hand's up in the air. That player does need to be protected. Head down, shot to the head and neck area. It's 100%, checks all the boxes of a targeting call.
So now from the 41, Davion Godley with the quick feet and a nice run to the 47. He gained 6. Now Brent Brennan with a message to Jabari Mann while the review was taking place.
Yeah, I think it's, you can see him saying, for what? I mean, you're trying to be tough, you're trying to be physical, you want to run through someone's soul, but you also have to be smart. You cannot take yourself out of the game because that hurts your team. So yes, you're tough, yes, you hit it, but you got to be smarter than that on the field.
Godley again. Flag down from behind the play. And Godley picks up 3 to set up 3rd and a yard.
Number 84, offense. 10-yard penalty, 2nd down.
That's on the tight end, Noah Benny.
Yeah, Noah Benny's got a tough ask. He's not as big as a defensive lineman. He's 6'4", 240 pounds, which is a big human, but not a big human. He's the right side of the screen. He's going against a defensive lineman, and that is Deshaun McKnight, 6'3", 290. Actually, excuse me, that's Malachi Bailey. Sorry, he's just a puny 6'2", 280.
That's all.
Just that's all. So you're at a weight disadvantage, and if you get out of position a little bit, that becomes a lot of it when someone's that big and strong that you're trying to block.
And Noah Benny was a receiver in high school. Good luck blocking at tight end. This is what he usually does, catching a pass, but no gain because Genesis Smith was right there.
Yeah, Genesis Smith is everywhere. One of the things you're going to see with number 12, he plays 10 to 12 yards off the line of scrimmage, but he is actually like an interior gap fitter. He wants to fit A-B gap with all the chaos the defensive line shows, but he's also going to chase anybody from the center of the offensive formation out like a tight end and make the tackle there.
3rd and 14 for Weber State. Haven't converted a 3rd down yet. And the conservative call was Zach Herbacek. A gain of a yard, if that.
Yeah, and this defense, it's kind of like an optical illusion. You think that there's running space because the safeties are so responsible for the run fits, and they're 15, 18 yards back, but they got dudes at safety, and they recruit dudes to play at safety so that they can get downhill so fast that they erase the space that you think is there. So you got to get used to this kind of deception of the defense because it's not something you see on an every week basis.
Henry Way has been busy tonight. And Patterson has the fair catch for Arizona. And a timeout. Arizona up 27-0. They want to pad the lead before halftime. 27-0 Arizona. This is a real leadership retreat. Weber State organizes this every year early in camp. Defensive coordinator Joe Dale puts it together. They head to the Via Ferrata in Waterfall Canyon near Ogden, Utah. It's an iron ladder. Quarterback Jackson Gilkey enjoys it, I think. And it demands communication all the way up and all the way down.
Yeah, and that's a thing. We mentioned that defense coordinator Joe Dale, he played at Utah. Well, that's a thing that Morgan Scalley would do, who's the head coach in waiting at Utah under Kyle Whittingham. And it really is, he mentioned, he's like, I don't love heights. And so it tests me and it tests everyone to communicate and build teamwork outside of the field.
Fafita connects. And stepping out of a tackle, Luke Weissong. Feet still in bounds. No, he stepped out at the midfield stripe. It is not a touchdown.
What an impressive play regardless, though. Luke Weissong, you can see the C on his chest. He's already come in, and he's one of the leaders of this team. And that's an impressive play, and forcing a broken tackle like that on a play where the defensive player has an angle, that's a really difficult thing to do. I mean, that's impressive. You're going to watch his right foot hit the line somewhere along the way.
There it is.
Yeah, there's
right at the 50.
Half of a shoe between that and a 50-yard touchdown.
Instead, it's only a 31-yard gain.
Ugh.
Yeah, it would have gone for 81.
Still not the longest play of the day for Arizona.
The 85-yard touchdown to Nunu Watley in the first quarter. Here's Craig powering to the first down marker.
Yeah, Coach Dagey mentioned that he's just got it. He's got a thing, like he has feel. He played slot receiver before he got to Arizona. We mentioned that earlier, but what does that mean? I mean, he never had to read blocks. So by the time he got here, you either figure it out or you don't. He just clicked right away at running the ball. And I mean, he's gotten the lion's share of the work tonight, even more than Ismail Mahdi.
Again, no Kedrick Risano with a foot injury tonight for Arizona. Fafita steps up and wings it for Gio Richardson, incomplete. The true freshman laying out behind Eshawn Daniels.
So back where I'm from is a big wrestling area. The state of Iowa is big in wrestling. And one of the things in wrestling that they always talk about is pressure, is that I want to continue to put pressure on the opponent, whether that's forcing him out of the ring, whether that's getting him on the ground and just being heavy. Noah Fafita puts pressure on a defense. That wasn't a play. He was throwing off platform on the sideline, 50 yards in the end zone, and missed a touchdown by a foot. You feel that as a defense.
Third and a yard. And Mahdi struggles for the first down. So if you're planning a defense against Noah Fafita, when he is on, what do you have to do?
You have to keep him in the pocket, and then you got to squeeze the pocket itself. You can't try and go get a sack. Well, if I try and go get a sack, I lose my run lane, and that's just a little place for him to squirt out. And he is so good when his feet are set, and he's so good scrambling. You just can't let him get comfortable. You have to squeeze the pocket down, and Weber's only done that, I believe, one time today.
Bring pressure. Fafita beats it again. Richardson with the short catch this time to the 31. Now, Seth Dagey told us there was a throw that he saw on film from last season. He said, I couldn't believe that Fafita, just in his second year as a starter, was letting it rip like that. And now Ismail Mahdi's letting it rip on the ground inside the 15. Big gain.
What a luxury it is. I mean, you have Quincy Craig that's taking the lion's share of the work in the first quarter and a half, give or take. Then your curveball or your changeup is Ismail Mahdi. And look how violently he's running. He makes one cut, everything opens up and is immediately downhill. You're not going to make that first tackle because he has such strong legs and such good balance. Man, two guys like that, and Risano's healthy, you got three of them.
Fafita fires, that's caught! It's a touchdown! And the first of Brandon Phelps' career.
Yeah, we talk about Fafita being good when all his cleats are in the ground. Even when you get some kind of pressure on him, when he's feeling comfortable in the pocket, you get stuff like that. The ball just explodes out of his hand. We saw Baron Morton last week. We called Texas Tech. It's sort of the same thing. You look at both of those guys, any platform that they're throwing from, anywhere on the field, they can make every single throw. A lot of guys are talking about Rocco and Avery Johnson and Robertson and Hoover, but people forget about how good Noah Fafita is, and he's showing it tonight.
All across the Big 12, the level of quarterback play in this conference is next level.
Yeah, again, just watch his right foot. His right foot getting all his cleats in the ground. When you see his heel down, that's when you know he's comfortable and confident. When you see him on his tiptoes, then that means he's trying to feel around and move too much. And really nice job of fighting through contact, forcing or getting to the inside and giving the quarterback your numbers to let you know that you've got an open available spot to throw the ball. In this Arizona offense, Coach Daigie what he wanted to get out of this game is he wanted to feel confident with his passing game because they've got a 10-game conference schedule, only 9 of which count. They play Kansas State next week. It was scheduled when Arizona was still in the now defunct Pac-12. Well, technically it doesn't count as a conference game, but it's a conference opponent. You have all of those that you're playing again. Looking at Coach Seth Daigie there in the middle. He was a guy that played at Texas Tech under Mike Leach, and we got a lot of Mike Leach stories in our production meeting that we can't share because of just how zany Leach is, but he did carry a lot of the things that Mike Leach did, which is just toughness, creativity, wanting to get the best out of your players, not accepting okay as good enough. And that's what he's trying to bring to the team this year is, okay, it's not good enough. You want to go be great.
Yeah, Mike Leach's fingerprints are all over Seth Daigie, guy who recruited him even if Daigie didn't have the chance to play for him. Tommy Tuberville was the coach by the time Daigie became the starter. Gilkey keeps for Weber State, and a gain of a yard for the Weber State quarterback. So Daigie, he always thought of himself as a 50, 60 pass a game kind of offensive coordinator.
This is the 2-minute timeout.
So we hit the 2-minute timeout. He has grown, and there is balance in this Arizona offense. Centered on the ground and through the air tonight with Arizona up big. Noah Fafita just about can't miss tonight for Arizona. 4 touchdown passes, a 34-0 lead over Weber State here late in the first half. Speaking of quarterbacks, we're talking about Big 12 quarterbacks, talking about Noah Fafita climbing the Arizona career passing charts. Pete Sousa and Taylor McCarg are standing by in the Big 12 studios to talk everything quarterback in the Big 12 coming up at the half. Jackson Gilkey's pass incomplete. A little behind Ammon Munier, wasn't looking, and it's 3rd down.
And this is the spot you absolutely do not want to be in if you're Weber State. With as aggressive as Arizona is on 1st and 2nd down, 3rd and 9, they can unleash some weird stuff blitz-wise and twist-wise and forcing your blocking assignments to be correct and getting the ball out of the quarterback's hands before the receivers have a chance to get to the sticks.
Gilkey just 5 of 11 for 17 yards, and the interception by Genesis Smith. On 3rd and 9, again a run on 3rd and long, and again it's Herbacek, a nice run, but he needed 2 more yards. Chase Kennedy with the tackle, and it's 4th and 2.
It's 34-0. What do you got to lose?
Yeah, why not, even in this part of the field? Weber State will have the ball to start the second half. Arizona jumped, free play for Gilkey. A leap and no catch, out of bounds. That was Marvin Session, the junior from the greater Houston area, trying to come up with it.
Offside, number 90, defense, in the neutral zone at the snap. The 5-yard penalty results in a 1st down.
Yeah, a lot of times people call that a free play and just kind of break the mechanics of that for those that aren't super sure. And almost get a catch just out of bounds, but defense jumps in the neutral zone. They're not going to hit somebody, they're not going to hit the quarterback, so you snap the ball. If you throw an interception, it gets returned all the way, you still have a penalty that you can choose the outcome, so you just throw it down the field, and if you get a big catch, you get a big catch, so that's why they call it a free play.
Gilkey, pocket collapsing, and Gilkey goes down. Stumbled toward the line of scrimmage in the arms of Deshaun McKnight.
That's the difference between the Big Sky and the average Big Sky team versus a Big 12 team. He actually does a pretty good job pocket movement of getting out of there, but a defensive end that's 290 pounds, or 250 pounds, excuse me, he's chasing that down. That's not going to generally happen to Big Sky.
Session comes up with the catch this time, but he's twirled down by Michael Dansby, the transfer from San Jose State, back with Brent Brennan.
Weber State takes their first charge timeout of the half. It's 30 seconds in late.
And Weber State has 2 remaining here with 48 seconds to go in the half. Yeah, Michael Dansby coming over from San Jose State, again where Brent Brennan used to be the coach. Javion Cole, another cornerback, spent a year at Texas. He's back with Brennan, now at Arizona, fortifying that secondary. In Arizona, Brennan, Danny Gonzalez, they have retooled that defense every level of the D, and you see the effort that Danny Gonzalez demands. That's how they play here through a game and a half this season.
Yeah, I kind of describe it as like you're on a motorcycle, and on a motorcycle, if you're only going 2 miles an hour, it actually falls over. It's less safe to go slow. On this defense, because of how much movement there is, it only works if you play with your hair on fire and go 100 miles an hour. That's why they call it 100 miles an hour 100% of the time. If you do that, this defense works. If you slow down, the whole thing falls apart. So they demand it and they get it with the effort on this defense.
3rd and 8. Gilkey wires it incomplete. Oh, Record had a shot at it there. Was in a crowd, but looked like a soft spot, and Gilkey put it on him.
Yeah, you can see Gilkey have some frustration as he's coming to the sideline, just because he's actually had quite a few passes today that are in a good spot, and that is right where it needs to be. That's the temperature of the ball. It has the right speed, it's got enough height. That ball has to get over the linebackers in front of the safeties, have enough speed to get there while the receiver's getting there. That's a hard throw. He's kind of demanding his receivers to catch it, because there have been several drops today that have ended drives.
Another punt from Henry Way. Patterson lets it roll. all the way to inside the 6-yard line. A 54-yard punt by the Aussie, who again is playing in just his second American football game. Tonight has belonged to Noah Fifita.
Yeah, Noah Fifita. I mean, he started out, I think, in about 6 minutes of gameplay. He had 4 touchdowns. And the thing that he had to do from last week to this week is unbridle himself from the pressure of being perfect. If you try and be perfect, you won't be. If you try and be good at what you do, you can actually be perfect. And that's kind of the paradox that Noah Fifita is going to have to ride the line of, because there are these expectations. He's on the record list. He's losing Tet McMillan to the NFL. Now he does have to be good, but by just relaxing and playing like he does today, 13 of 16, 274, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions, you'd be hard-pressed to find a better half of football.
Regardless of caliber of opponent, Weber State, FCS, a big difference in number of scholarships compared to an FBS school, much less a power conference school like Arizona. But the Wildcats up 34-0. Truly dominant yet again. Noah Fifita, 4 touchdown passes in the first half, and looking a lot better than he did last week. Coming up to the Big 12 studios, Pete and Taylor talking quarterbacks.
Hope you're enjoying your games. Welcome to a little halftime respite with us. I'm Pete Souza. He is the quarterback, Taylor McCark. We are in the quarterback club, and it's time to break down Taylor's top 3 passers, I should say, so far this season. The Big 12 leads all FBS conferences in passing so far, and you're going to show us some of the 3 good reasons why.
Well, I think you got to start with Devin Dampier from a week ago for Utah. Tough road test, going on the road to UCLA. I thought he picked up right where he left off from a year ago at New Mexico. Almost 300 yards of production, ran for almost 100 yards, no turnovers as well. And if Utah can lean on their offensive line and run the ball the way that they did in week 1, I think Devin Dampier has a chance to be maybe the most productive quarterback in this league. solid first effort for Devin Dampier.
Yeah, he was razor sharp in that game on Saturday night. Who you got it to?
Yeah, I think you have to look at Josh Hoover for TCU. It's another spot where they went on the road against North Carolina. There was so much attention in that game. What was TCU going to look like? What was this 70 new people on this roster for North Carolina going to look like? And Josh Hoover didn't flinch. Played fantastic. Had one throw that got away from him on the screen for an interception. But other than that, I thought he was flawless, in total command of that offense, and well on his way. Threw for almost 4,000 yards last year. We may see that again from Josh Hoover.
He continues to emerge. I think he'll be one of those undersized guys we could be talking about all season long. Who you have at 3?
I think you got to go Sawyer Robertson. And I know Baylor lost, and I know they lost at home, but Sawyer Robertson threw for 400 yards. And I thought the issues that Baylor had were on the defensive side of the ball and not being able to stop the run. Well, that didn't have anything to do with Sawyer Robertson. And I think when you talk about some of the best and most prolific passers in this league that has the depth that you mentioned, I think he's right there at the top. Hopefully, if you're a Baylor fan, you're hoping that Sawyer Robertson's not having to throw for 400 yards a game, because that probably means you're coming from behind. But I thought he was really solid, even in a losing effort. And he's going to have to play well again as they go on the road this week to SMU.
Yeah, and Sawyer Robertson played through some pain, actually, against Auburn. Throwing motion, goes through, hits his finger or his hand on a helmet, continued to be the warrior that he is and stay in the game, try to get his team to a win, accumulated some big-time numbers on the way. Looking forward to seeing some more from him this weekend against SMU. That is all the time we have right now at halftime. We hope you enjoy the second half of your game and catch us every week inside the 12.
Welcome to this new episode of Chow Down with Chuba. Today, I have special guests Julian Savaitina and Gavin Hunter, and today we're hitting Tucson's one and only Baja Cafe. All right, fellas, how you guys feeling?
Hey, man, I'm hungry. I ain't eat all day, so let's get it cracking, man.
Yes, sir, just finished the workout, some cardio in. Now it's gonna get some calories in, you know what I'm saying? Let's go.
Let's get it, baby, let's go.
All right.
How we doing, gentlemen? All right, we got that strawberry pancake and the snickerdoodle pancake.
See?
They're both gonna be topped with the vanilla bean glaze. This one's got fresh strawberries on it and a strawberry brown butter. Awesome. Enjoy, guys.
Strawberry brown butter?
Strawberry brown butter.
How that work?
It's infused into the pancake for you.
Solid presentation. Let me
With or without the strawberry?
Now let me ask you, we gotta get the strawberries inside. You know?
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Hey, cuz.
It's nice and sweet, not too sweet. Like it's just like.
You don't need no syrup.
You know, we got the strawberry. You know.
You got the soft, warm pancake with the cold and crispy strawberry.
What's the sauce? Like
Vanilla glaze.
no, but no, for real, like the glaze adds that like. Chef's kiss tester. You know what I'm saying?
I just think the strawberries just add like a different element.
All right, guys. This is the brisket caramello. It's a 15-hour smoked brisket in between some tortillas with cheese. It's got tomato, chorizo in there. It's also got pico de gallo. It's a red tomatillo chili sauce that we have, topped with some smoked Gouda cheese sauce.
Just from looking at it, you know, it's more like my type of plate right here. You know, just get over
It looks like it tastes good.
All right, let's do it. Let's go.
It's like a different sauce right here. Oh, it's an egg. Just busted the egg. That's some good brisket, bro.
Say there's a lot of flavors, but say they all complement each other well.
I like the tortillas. It's like soft and like fluffy. Who would think to put all this together, bro?
All right, guys. We took care of you this time around. So this is the Wyatt Earp. They're both the same. This one just has a hollandaise on it, and this one has the avocado cruda. It's a corn, green chili, cheese tamale pie instead of the muffin that we have. And then it's a green chili on top with a cream cheese. It's got smoked pork in there, which is 12 hours roasted. It's got bacon in there. It's also got the avocado cruda along with the cotija and pico on top.
You said there's a muffin on the bottom?
It's not a muffin.
What is it?
It's a green chili corn tamale pie instead. So it's like a tamale. So it's just a green corn with green chilies and cheese. We knead it into a dough that's like house made. The dough is matzah. The matzah is what makes the tamale. And then that's all it is. And so we house make it, and instead of the muffin, it's that pie instead. It's fire, right? This is our staple too. So this is like, other than the snickerdoodle, this is what we're known for. This has been put on like Man vs. Food, it's on the Food Network, all of it.
It's been on Man vs. Food?
Yes, sir. It has.
Yeah. Super said all the plates of food that we got so far, plus this, he said he'll beat it in Man vs. Food challenge.
I wouldn't deny it. I could see it, and I bet all my money on him too.
Hey, we
bet all my money on
it. We might got put to the test though.
Already, you already know.
After the season, the little holiday sauce, fire. I love poached eggs. Can't go wrong with a good runny egg, you know? Fire.
It's a lot of flavors, obviously, just like the last one. The non-muffin on the bottom, there's like a good twist, like instead of tortillas. So that was probably the biggest difference.
What was your favorite dish of the day? I'll say the pancakes. If we were talking every dish, the pancakes, what's it, the strawberry shortcake or whatever. That was the best dish. Going with these bad boys, I say this one right here.
So yeah, I think for me, number one was pickled onions. For you, was the strawberry pancake?
Yeah.
What was number one for you?
I'm about to go pancake too.
Pancake?
Strawberry pancake.
You really set the tone,
set the bar.
It's like, ooh, wee.
Pickle onion was number 2 though for me.
There you have it, folks. Strawberry pancake on top. Thank you for watching another episode of Chowing Down with Chuba. Shout out to Julian and Gavin coming out and chowing down with us. You got any last words for the people?
Shout out to Baja Cafe for the good food, good experience. It was a pleasure for the opportunity.
Yes, sir, man. Shout out to the chefs, Chance, everybody here put this thing together. Great time, great experience with the food, and definitely the spot we'll be coming back to in the future.
Alrighty, tune in for the next episode.
Brent Brennan wanted his team to build momentum heading into a matchup against Kansas State here in Tucson in a short week next Friday. So far, so good. 34-0 at the half, and the second half on the other side.
Physicality and detail. Can you keep believing in yourself and the guy next to you on your left and right?
Goes downfield, he's got a man open. Touchdown, Arizona! Foot race to the end zone. Rascano will score it. Touchdown, Arizona! Intercepted, picked off by the Wildcats. Genesis Smith goes deep downfield for Hyatt, and he makes the catch. First down, Arizona. That is incredible effort, and Arizona's going to win the game.
Family outgrowing your car? Hughes Federal Credit Union can help you get the car you want and the rate you need. Hughes is one of the only financial institutions in the country that doesn't switch loan rates based on a qualified buyer's credit score. That means you get our one-rate guarantee regardless of your credit score. We promise. When it's time for your next new or used car, Hughes is here to take you further. Check out our low rates at hughesfcu.org/auto and apply today.
Wildcat fans, 2025 Arizona volleyball tickets are on sale now. Join the action at McHale Center all season long as your Arizona Wildcats look to build on their 2024 NIVC championship in year 2 of the Rita Stubbs era. Get your tickets now by calling 520-621-CATS. That's 520-621-2287, or by visiting ArizonaWildcats.com/VB. Bear down.
At the University of Arizona, we believe everyone is born with wonder. That thing that says, I will not accept this world that is, while it drives us to create what could be. That world can't wait to see what you'll do. Where your wonder will take you, and what it will make you.
Wildly entertaining and unpredictable Big 12 has a champion to crown, and AT&T Stadium is where we're going to decide it. Into the corner, touchdown!
Arizona would love to be in Arlington by the end of the year. We welcome you back to the Big 12 on ESPN. A late night in Tucson. Kickoff delayed by 2 hours and 10 minutes because of storms. A no-doubter of a first half for Arizona against Weber State. Coach Mickey Menzel from the FCS, 34-0 the score. Noah Fafita with 4 touchdown passes as Arizona has scored on every one of their drives. A couple of field goals mixed in, but 34-0.
Yeah, 382 yards and 19 first downs. I mean, those are good game stats. And they had them in 6 drives in the first half. I mean, that is incredible efficiency for this offense that was looking to get on the right track, especially Noah Fafita. And man, mission accomplished there.
And for the first time this year, one of Ian Wagner's kicks being returned. Noah Kerr just across the 20 for Weber State. Glad you're back with us here inside Arizona Stadium in Tucson. He is the former Iowa State running back, Jeff Woody. I'm Ted Emmerich. Again, thanks for staying up late, especially on this Saturday. We're on the Hawaii schedule here in Tucson thanks to that lightning delay. Noah Fafita said it last week against Hawaii. I was erratic. That wasn't me. This is what he thinks he should be.
And this is what they need him to be. If this Arizona team, is going to compete for a Big 12 championship, which is what they have aspirations to do, they're going to have to compete with the Rocco Becks. They're going to have to compete with the other dynamic quarterbacks in the league. and he's shown up as one of those dynamic quarterbacks tonight.
Jackson Gilkey had a rough first half. A lot of drops from his receivers, and this sails just past Devin Ford, the former walk-on. But yeah, Fafita just on target throughout that first half. 13 of 16 for 274 yards. One of his touchdowns, the 85-yarder to Nunu Watley, the longest pass of his career. Now in his third year as the starter.
Well, and he's been throwing to some guys that can catch the ball and run for a distance too, so that's a pretty impressive statistic so far in his career.
Gilkey throwing it deep and incomplete. Great coverage by Aiden Garnes, the West Virginia transfer, against Marvin Session.
I like the aggressiveness that Weber State's coming out with, though, is this defense is so forward. They're so at you that if you can start to back them up, if you get close on a couple of these or hit one, it forces the safeties, those ones that are also in run fits in the A gap, to be back a little bit, which opens everything back up. You just got to be able to connect on those, and it looks like Gilkey is a little bit frustrated with being able to put the ball exactly where he wants and getting the receivers to bring him in.
Weber State still hasn't converted a third down. They need 10. Gilkey to the sideline, and they do convert. Marcus Session in front of Garnes for a gain of 12.
That was a really nice job. I mean, so far, he's had a deep ball, and then slightly less deep ball. And I think the reason why they're doing this, again, is to back the defense up, but you got to have calm feet in the pocket. He has everything around him. There's trash by his ankles, but is able to step into the throw. It's a really impressive way of coming back out of halftime for this second start of his college career.
Now Davion Godley probes for 3.5. Yeah, Gilkey won the job with his command, his poise during camp. Again, did not play at all the last 2 years at UTSA. Mickey Mental, his coach at Weber State, recruited him coming out of high school in Ennis, Texas. Mental was the second all-time leading passer at that high school, which also produced Graham Harrell.
I would say pretty decent pedigree there.
Gilkey off the pump, open man, and a completion. Inside the Arizona 45, Noah Benny, the tight end. Michael Dansby makes the tackle after a gain of 20.
And that was a double move there. And what you're trying to get out of this is you're trying to bait the defense, this aggressive forward defense, into trying to play that bubble screen and release the tight end up. Get a big reception. Good delivery by Gilkey, great route.
Kind of looked like the Travis Kelce touchdown in Brazil last night. Now Godley, what a move in the open field inside the 25.
And these deep passes and that big run are absolutely connected. The amount of run fits that these safeties are responsible for is high. They're expected to be contained players. They're expected to be interior run fits. So throw it behind them. Make them think twice about coming up too fast. These big, open, explosive plays lead to running success.
That was the longest play of the night for Weber State. And they followed up with lost yardage. Godley brought down by Max Harris.
Yeah, and sometimes you can get greedy as a runner, where sometimes plays just aren't that good. It might be a 1-yard play.
Illegal substitution, number 99, defense. 5-yard penalty, first down.
So penalty against Arizona, and the true freshman defensive end, Mays Pesse, who is already a major contributor for the Wildcat defense.
Just didn't quite get off the field. But yeah, that running game, when it's only going to be 1 yard, don't try and make 1 yard into 10 yards, because 1 yard, trying to turn 1 into 10 becomes -3. Try and turn 1 into 2 yards and just plow forward. A little bit too aggressive there by the running back, but they got bailed out by the play.
Weber State's first trip inside the red zone. And Godley is swarmed. Malachi Bailey off the edge. That was Zach Herbacek on the carry, and he loses a yard.
Yeah, this is going to be the zone read, and when on that zone read is, if he's coming to get the running back, I got to pull it. You'll see Jackson Gilkey, I think he's just out of the shot. He kind of gives a disappointed clap because he knows he should have pulled that ball. If the defender tackles the running back that quickly out of a zone read, that is a misread by the quarterback, kind of putting his running back in harm's way.
Bailey, the transfer from Alcorn State. Gilkey Looking for Benny, and broken up by Michael Dansby. Bailey is an incredible story. So productive at Alcorn, 28 sacks in 3 years. He didn't shine in the spring. Danny Gonzalez told Bailey, I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't think you're going to play for us. And so if you want to hit the portal, go ahead. And Bailey said, no, you're wrong, and I'm going to prove it in the fall. And he did.
And he did. And he's got this intense work ethic to prove not just the coaches wrong that they didn't think he could do it, but prove himself right that he thinks he can.
On 3rd and 6, Gilkey devoured by Harris, and the pass is incomplete. Harris with a big hit as Gilkey was looking for Noah Benny.
And man, that's a lot of pressure coming off the right side, and Gilkey took a shot. It was a really nicely drawn up blitz and really nicely executed by the defensive line. You got to cross the face of the offensive line. You're going to watch the bottom side. There's a free runner. They slid the protection the wrong direction. You have one guy trying to block 3, and that's usually just a miscommunication as to where the pressure needs to get picked up from. Big shot by Gilkey on the end.
Sloan Calder sports a very nice number. Trying to put Weber State on the board, and it's no good from 36. Missed it to the left. So the shutout intact for Arizona.
Unfortunately, the best drive of the game is going to lead to 0 points for Weber State. Sometimes you don't get the result you want, but you've got to come back out anyway.
Well, still a shutout for Arizona after Sloan Calder missed a field goal from 36 yards. So Noah Fafita and the Arizona offense have the ball for the first time here in the second half. And every time they had the ball in the first half, they scored.
Yeah, and it was in the running game, it was in the passing game. I think Noah Fafita has been exceptionally sharp tonight. But it's not just been him. They've made great plays once they've gotten the ball in their hands, and they almost had another 81-yard touchdown that was out of bounds by half a foot. It's been an excellent display of offense for Arizona across the board tonight.
Fafita with 4 touchdown passes. And the pass batted down. Sione Holla, the Boston College transfer, former 4-star recruit in high school, making his Weber State debut tonight.
And they went down into what's called a bear front, meaning they had one defensive lineman in front of every offensive lineman. And what that meant is that when the offensive line went down to block the guy next to him, it left one completely open defender. Holla recognized a pass, stopped, batted it down. Really nice instinctual play by a good athlete.
Fafita on the move. And he hits Watley, who had the first 2 touchdowns of the night. He beat B.J. Carey on this play for a 22-yard pickup.
Man, degree of difficulty and the way it looks do not match. That was an incredibly challenging throw, moving to his left, which is a harder throw as a right-hander, and he's going to still manage to get his hips around, deliver a ball with the appropriate weight and the appropriate pace in stride to a fast receiver going to the sideline. My goodness, Noah Fafita is in his bag.
And back to the air again, under duress, and Fafita throws it away. Watley is up to 4 catches for 150 yards.
That's a pretty good average. And you see just the explosiveness he has. This is just going to be what's called a sail route, where he's going to look like he's going to run a corner and then flatten it out, and Fafita's going to drive him to the sideline with the location of that ball. I mean, 37.5 yards per catch, 2 touchdowns. That's an explosive receiver, especially with how much threats they have on the outside. I mean, this is pick your poison with Arizona.
That includes an 85-yarder in the first quarter, the longest pass of Fafita's career. Mahdi stumbles at the line of scrimmage. Maybe a half yard there. Holla there to greet him. You know, Watley goes by Nunu, Javen Watley. His nickname is Nunu. He was Snoop Snoop as a kid. His little brother couldn't say Snoop Snoop, said Nunu, and that's what stuck.
I mean, if you get a nickname, Nunu's that's a fun nickname to get, as opposed to you get other ways to mispronounce words that you get stuck with.
3rd and 9, Fafita wants it all. Chris Hunter's down there, and he draws a couple of flags, working on Eshawn Daniels.
I mean, it's a tough play. And
pass interference, number 22, defense, 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
It's a tough play for Daniels, but also that's a really nice play by the wide receiver. You're coached. That stuff doesn't just happen on accident. Fafita, if he underthrows that ball, which it wasn't intentionally thrown to be that depth. If it's underthrown, you go back through the corner. You draw the pass interference foul. If you try and keep running or sort of try and snake your way around it, that play doesn't get called. You don't get to 15 yards. So that was a really nice job there by Hunter to go back through the defender to draw the foul.
Screen for Hunter. Open field. And a first down to the 30 of Weber State. 13 yards.
I think Seth Dagey recognized the reward of that effort of working hard to run down the field and draw the foul. Draws up a screen to go right back to him as kind of a, hey, thanks, bud, for the effort.
And Fafita has surpassed 300 yards for the 8th time in his career. This side for Watley. Oh, breaking ankles. And Watley's inside the 15. Man, is he quick.
A little shimmy shake. 5'10", buck 70 is not that big of a player, but size only matters if you can hit it. And that just the change of direction. This is just a simple out route, and all he's doing is Fafita actually throws it on his back hip to slow him down, makes a couple moves, and picks up a healthy gain.
Mahdi pulled down at the line of scrimmage. Sione Holla has been active on this drive for Weber State.
Yeah, Weber's made a concerted effort to try and stop the running game of Arizona. And Seth Dagey there in the middle, you can see him figuring out the plays, the guy without the hat on. The thing that Weber State's doing, though, is when they're committing so much to the run, it leaves you truly one-on-one with no help on the outside. And Arizona's just been easily able to take advantage of the matchup they like in the secondary.
Yeah, the run game was the story last week against Hawaii. It has been about what Noah Fafita has done through the air tonight. Fafita backtracking, and he's sacked. Isaac Mahuka lassos him down back past the 25. Huge loss.
And that's a really nice job by Mahuka. He is a great athlete. He plays in a bunch of different positions. He's a defensive end sometimes. He's a linebacker other times. But you're going to watch when he starts to belly out, he doesn't try and chase him down. He stays on that inside hip. And no matter where he goes, that hip can't go, or he can't go where that hip doesn't. Hit him in the back hip, play away from the wiggle, and now you got a 3rd and forever for Arizona.
Loss of 15, so 3rd and 25. Fafita dumps it to Mahdi. And Mahdi all the way to the end zone for the touchdown. 3rd and forever, who cares?
Now this isn't just if you're a young football player and you're playing wide receiver or tight end or offensive line, the way you get yourself on the field is not to play for glory, it's to play for your team. The reason that play succeeded is because he had such good downfield blocking. He didn't have to make a move on anybody because they were blocked 15 yards down the field. That was a screenplay with the intention of getting blockers in front of him. Those blockers deserve that touchdown just as much as Mahdi does. Yeah, 3rd and forever. Who cares when you got Ismail Mahdi?
Salgado Medina with the extra point, and Noah Fafita has matched his career high with 5 touchdown passes. This is the quarterback who was the Pac-12 Offensive Freshman of the Year a couple of seasons ago.
It is excellent on every down. It's a screen pass, it's a deep pass. Doesn't really matter. Arizona's getting in the end zone.
A late night, but a memorable night for Noah Fafita. With Arizona up 41-0, he's got as many touchdown passes as he has incompletions. Matched a career high with those 5 touchdowns through the air, and he is now 4th all-time in Arizona history in passing scores.
I don't think he's going to get to Khalil Tate, but at this rate, maybe. Who knows, man? Basically, if the ball comes out of his hand, it's a touchdown tonight. This is as impressive of a display of quarterback as I've seen in person in a while.
Impressive performance from those still in the Zona Zoo tonight as well as we get past 11 o'clock local time. Arizona even has subs at the kickoff specialist position. Tyler Prasoon bangs one through the end zone for the touchback, subbing in for Ian Wagner.
What do they, I mean, what is their lifting routine for the guys that are kicking? I mean, whatever it is, they need to bottle that up and sell it, because every coach in America would want 3 kickers that can do that. I spent more time talking about kickoffs, but it's just that impressive, you know?
Only 1 kick has been returned against Arizona so far this season. Once again from the 25, Weber State. Godley just searching for daylight, found darkness instead. Julian Saba-Inaya leading the charge.
Yeah, it is that swarming defense, and they're not breaking down. We showed in the very open of the game that they practice running through bags, not breaking your feet down, not trying to do a, quote, form tackle. You're trying to hit somebody, and if I miss, somebody else is going to get him, and that aggressiveness pays off when you just got buddies to the ball.
Gilkey to the boundary. It's intercepted. Javion Cole, pick 6.
This is the case of a defense that plays downhill, not fearing that they have to back up. There's been some deep threats on the last Weber State drive that sort of made them back up. But when you get a chance to just drive on a route, then you get a chance to take a ball and throw it on that sword.
Number 2 tonight after 5 last week against Hawaii. And for Javion Cole, this has to be special. Played in only 1 game a year ago at Texas after leaving Brent Brennan. They were together at San Jose State. Cole reuniting with Brennan here in Tucson.
Offense, 5-yard penalty. The try will be attempted from the 8-yard line.
It's kind of a fun story about that touchdown sword. It was the way it was created as we got some personality from Javion Cole. They used to actually take the game balls that were there. So, you know, they intercept a ball from the other team and they take it over and they stab it on the ball. Well, the other teams finally said, hey, come on, man, those are ours. So they actually had to get special balls. So they're not taking the other teams and spiking them. So they did have to find a workaround for the true joy of taking the ball you intercepted. But give and take.
They pack only 6 balls with the opponent's logo. That's all that will fit on the turnover sword. 2 tonight, 5 last week, and another look at Javion Cole taking his first pick as a Wildcat to the house.
Yeah, and Javion Cole, he was playing that nickel position, so he actually slid over, and he was just watching the eyes of Jackson Gilkey, and Gilkey knew that it was, when it was going over there, that as soon as it left his hand, it was bad. And Brent Brennan is enjoying the ability to stab a football, throw it on a cactus sword, and celebrate a little bit more points. I mean, everyone for Arizona is catching touchdown passes, even the defense.
You know, it was introduced a couple of years ago by then defensive coordinator Johnny Nansen, who's now at Texas. Nansen has brought it to Texas. He has called it the Texcalibur sword.
Solid name.
But
solid
the
name.
original is here in Tucson. Prasoon kicks it away again, and it's another touchback. Jeff, with Weber State, how do you make sure that this doesn't just wreck your confidence, even though you know you're on the road against a Big 12 team?
I think when you go back and watch the film, you're going to see how close it was from not being this. You go back and that first drive, there was a good RPO that was ripped to a tight end, drop pass. That was a 3rd down. They then had to punt. They had a 4th down. They actually converted, false start. They had another big play that was dropped. And all these little misses, when you're playing on a razor's edge against a team that's this good, you can go back and watch the film and go, you know what? Yeah, we might not have won, but we're actually not that far off, and that's where those little corrections can come from.
Zach Herbacek earns 3 yards on 1st down. Riley Wilson made the tackle for Arizona, making his debut for the Cats. Sat out last week with an injury. The transfer from Montana, also in the Big Sky. like Weber State, and he's going to be a big part of this defense this year.
You see Arizona showing a blitz and then getting out of that blitz to a different package. If you're Weber State, you now have to kind of reshuffle where your protection is going to go.
Bacek plows across the 30, and it'll be 3rd and 2 for Weber State.
Yeah, it looks like there's space in the middle of that defense, and I mentioned the safeties play downhill really aggressively. Chase Kennedy there making the tackle. He was a linebacker that came over, but it looks like there's an area you can get to, but it closes so fast. And by the time you get to where you need to be, there's another red jersey there. It is such a weird, trippy thing when you see a play that should work in your head, and it just doesn't come to fruition. That's what this defense is meant to do.
On 3rd and 2, Bacek gets slammed. There's a flag down on the far side.
And not Tech, Arizona.
Offside, number 44, defense, lined up in the neutral zone. The 5-yard penalty results in a first down.
And they had lined up as Malachi Bailey. We had highlighted him on one of the last few drives. He was just a little too aggressive. You can see him on the top of the screen. He lined up with his head in the neutral zone. Unfortunate for Arizona there because they did come up with a really nice stop on that 3rd down, but it does push the sticks forward.
Now at the 38. Play clock was running down, got reset. And Bacek downhill. Can't quite keep his footing. Goes down at the 44. So say you're a K-State coach. You're up late, checking out this game live after Kansas State fell to Army at home tonight. You've detailed what Arizona's defense can do, the confusion that they create. How do you design an offense against what Arizona puts on the field?
Well, you have to be able to push them backwards. They want to play downhill. Don't let them. You got to be able to take shots, or at least have the threat of taking shots. If you have the threat of taking shots, the amount of run fits that the safeties have then starts to get scrambled. You can't play downhill as quick, which opens up the running game, which then makes the safeties play back downhill. And you have to play with the effectiveness of the deep ball with matching it with the running game, because those two things balance each other out against a defense like this.
3rd and 4 for Weber State. Arizona, right up the gut. Chase Kennedy engulfs Gilkey.
And Davion Godley missed. They got it, and that's what this defense it's meant to do. You have to identify who you're blocking, who you're responsible for, who's the offensive line responsible for, and as a running back, you got to pick everyone else. You're going to watch number 25 too. He's meant to pick up that linebacker. He's got to pick up the threat. He went across the formation because they got a weird look. Well, you got to take the most dangerous threat, and that is always up the middle. It's a missed fit by Davion Godley and leads to a sack and a punt.
Henry Way the punt, and Patterson a fair catch inside the 30. Timeout late 3rd quarter with Arizona cruising at home on a late night in Tucson. The Zona Zoo and Wilma Wildcat never sleep here in Tucson. 48-0 Arizona. Noah Fafita's night is done after 353 yards and 5 touchdown passes. And he gives way to Braden Locke, the junior from Rockwall, Texas, just east of Dallas, who had starting experience the last couple of years at Wisconsin. From the 27, Wesley Yarborough, the true freshman, the new running back, picks up a couple of yards.
And also making his appearance in the field, for those of you that stuck around for halftimes, Chuba Ma'ai is playing left guard. He's the taste aficionado of Tucson. And chowing down with Chuba.
Man, what a great segment that is, and an idea that came from Chuba himself, as it turns out. Locke's first pass as a Wildcat is caught. Yarborough is shoved out of bounds by K.O. Hansen, appropriately named at the safety position. It's a gain of 1.
Yeah, that segment, so he brought it up to the coaching staff, the media production crew, and they said, yeah, we'd love to do that. And it's such this kind of happy, successful thing. They actually, the other restaurants in Tucson saw it and said, yes, we'd like to also be a part of it. So this is kind of the positive side of NIL. These restaurants get all this exposure for the good food they have and the culture they help bring. And Chuba gets to show his personality and the rest of the teammates' personality. And I think this is a win-win for everybody.
On 3rd and 9, Locke rips it to Phelps, incomplete. Phelps had a touchdown earlier. Mason Hitchens was there lurking for Weber State.
Yeah, Mason Hitchens did a good job of getting depth in his drop, and that crossing route, you usually don't expect to see a linebacker in the way. That's what Braden Locke was thinking, that he was going to be able to get both safeties between, because usually the linebacker is either short or out of the way. But Mason Hitchens found his way into the rib cage of that Wildcat receiver. And now we see the first punt of the day for Arizona, 2 minutes to play in the 3rd quarter.
Michael Salgado Medina handles both the kicking and punting this year. Bird Butler on the return for Weber State. Butler past midfield. And out close to the 45 of Arizona, a 19-yard return. All right, reach for the sky. It is time for Woody's Roundup here in the Big 12. Yes, Jeff, go back to your days at Iowa State. I know you were plugged in to Cy-Hawk early this morning.
Yeah, we're out in the West Coast time, and my heart rate didn't come down until about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Cy-Hawk was a big win for both Iowa State and the Big 12. It's always a rivalry game, has a lot of defense. Speaking of rivalry games, Baylor ended up beating SMU after being down 14 points in the 4th quarter and looking hapless on defense in the first half. And the 3rd rivalry game that was played today was the border war between Kansas and Missouri for the first time since 2011, when Mizzou left for the SEC. And then, unfortunately for Arizona State, but I think fortunately for most of our audience, Arizona State blew a late lead and managed to find their way to lose in Starkville after holding a 3-point lead with 24 seconds to play. Yes, I believe most of our audience says, oh shoot, darn it, Arizona State lost.
The reaction here in the stadium, they had the game on the video board for a time. They took it off, and then they had people on their phones just seeking shelter right up the tunnels. The reaction on that Mississippi State touchdown was almost as loud as any of the touchdowns that Noah Fafita has thrown for here tonight. Bird Butler picks up the first down for Weber State.
Yeah, interestingly, on that punt return, I think the long snapper, who's not going to be blocked because he's a defenseless player with his head down, so you can't hit him. So he's usually going to be the first one down there. He thought a fair catch was called, so he just chest bumped him. And that's something you're going to get corrected on film, that unless you see it for sure, you got to go with at least some type of physicality, wrap him up if nothing else. It's a mistake that's going to be corrected. It's interesting things that you're going to find. Like Seth Dagey, the offensive coordinator, I mean, they've put a lot of points on the board, but they're going to find things that are negative, and the things, to my mind, that come right around, the holding calls that have backed them up, and some sack, the one sack that Fafita took, against the teams that you're going to start playing from this point forward, it just gets harder right away. You can't have those calls that back you out of scoring position. So it was great, but all these coaches are nuts, and they're going to find so many negative things to fix before Friday.
Gilkey pulls it. And Jackson Gilkey, a tough run into the red zone. Gain of 11. Riley Wilson and Jack Luttrell usher him out to bring us to the end of the third quarter here in Tucson. Yeah, there will be things to clean up on a short week heading into K-State on Friday.
This is the end
But
of the
overall, how about this? 48-0 Arizona. Hey, listen to Coach John Cena and get all of ESPN college football all in one place with the all-new ESPN app. You can unlock with the ESPN Unlimited plan or just log in with your TV provider. So easy to use. Jeff, you mentioned it earlier. Yes, being out here in Tucson, the college football day started very early. Games kicking off at 9. Of course, game day before that. So easy to use. You tap in one game to the next, and certainly glad that all of you are tapping in with us here this late here in Tucson as we start the fourth. Ted Emmerich, Jeff Woody, our entire crew. Weber State has it in the red zone. Zach Herbacek takes it down to the 13. Arizona up 48-0 on the strength of 5 Noah Fafita touchdown passes and another dominant defensive effort.
You asked earlier, too, about how do you beat this defense that moves as much as they do and are as aggressive as they are. What Herbacek did there is another way to do it. Your pad level as a running back has to be really good. You're probably going to get a shot to the shoulder or the hip or wherever, because someone's going to be slanting or twisting. If you're able to break those arm tackles, those 1 or 2 yard runs can become 3, 5, 10 yard runs.
Herbacek again into the car wash. Push back. Gained maybe a half yard there. Julian Saviinaya pushed him back.
It was one of those too little too late, but this is where you can also take positives if you're Weber State of saying like, all right, well, we might not have done well earlier, but if we execute, this is what we can do. And maybe you're not executing against the ones at Arizona, but you're probably not going to be playing against the ones at Arizona in the Big Sky. You're going to have some really good teams, but you're also going to be more on a level playing field as far as size, speed, and strength. So this second half action is another thing that you can do to build confidence going into next week if you're Weber State.
Play clock running down, and Weber State has to call a timeout.
Weber State takes their first charge timeout of the half. 30 seconds, timeout on the field.
And we'll step aside as well. 3rd and 4 for Weber State on the other side. Closing in on midnight local time here in Tucson. Kickoff delay 2 hours and 10 minutes by lightning in the area. Arizona still wants to preserve that shutout. It's 3rd and 4 for Weber State from inside the 15.
Weber State had gotten down here before into field goal range. I believe they took a sack on 3rd down, which pushed them a little farther back, and they missed the field goal. It's a big down again for confidence for the next weeks.
They give it to Herbacek, and he's brought down. Riley Wilson in on the play. Loss of 3.
It's a really well-defended play by Arizona. They were trying to force the give on the zone read by keeping a defender backside, holding back on the quarterback, and then got penetration on the front side. So whether Gilkey pulled it or gave it, it was going to be a TFL or tackle for loss. It was a really nice play there by the Arizona defense, exactly how you want to defend that play.
So Calder missed from 36, was awfully frustrated. This from 33. And Weber State's finally on the board. 48-3. Riley Wilson made that play on 3rd down for Arizona. Again, didn't play last week with an injury. Danny Gonzalez, the defensive coordinator for the Wildcats, is convinced that Riley Wilson's going to be a household name here in Tucson by the end of the year. 6th-year senior from the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. 3 years at Hawaii where he was the ultimate utility player. You'd see him at safety, you'd see him at receiver, he's always on special teams. Transfers from the FBS to the FCS at Montana. Last 2 years, what does Montana do? They make him a middle linebacker. They had that vision, and he adopted that role, became an all-conference player, wanted to move back up to the FBS, and he has done that here at Arizona.
Yeah, and it's kind of like playing multiple sports. You just pick up different things from different ways. You play baseball, you get better hand-eye coordination. You wrestle, you get better control of your body. Well, you play wide receiver, you get better with your feet and understanding route concepts. You play special teams, you understand leverage and playing in space. Well, you move that to linebacker, you can apply all that information and you build yourself into that frame, whether it's with the weight room or with your diet or trying to work a little bit differently. And the varied experience is going to pay off big time, especially, again, once you start getting these conference games, you're going to need a lot of players and a lot of athletes.
Oh, Arizona punted for the first time tonight on their last drive. Their first without Noah Fifita at quarterback. His night is done. Braden Locke has taken over. And honestly, it's one of the better backup situations that you could have in college football, considering his experience as a starter at Wisconsin. He actually began his career at Mississippi State. He was recruited by the late Mike Leach, who of course recruited offensive coordinator Seth Doege to Texas Tech.
Yeah, and Mike Leach is a guy who he wants to find competitors. He wants to find guys that want to be great, and that's what Braden Locke has demonstrated at his time in Wisconsin, Mississippi State, and here.
The true freshman Wesley Yarborough charges across the 30, a gain of 7. The coaches really like Yarborough and what he can eventually become. He's just behind players like Quincy Craig, Ismail Mahdi, and Kedrick Risino right now.
Yeah, it's a crowded backfield, and there's only one ball. You can only hand it to one guy. Unfortunately, you're not going to play a lot this year, but it's a lot of learning opportunity and how to get better at things for years to come.
Oh, Locke pulls it, and it's a first down to the 40-yard line.
And that's a coaching opportunity, too. You want to get yourself up, you want to sacrifice and dive. That dive needs to happen sooner. If the whole point of a dive or a slide is to take that shot off of your body so you don't take a shot to the shoulder and you can't quite rotate through the throw as much. If you're going to get down, get down. If you're going to run, run. Just don't try and mix between the two.
Back to Yarborough. And he picks up 4 yards. The natural question, Jeff, is, well, why doesn't Braden Locke go somewhere in the FBS where he would actually start? He probably could have found a job somewhere. He says he came on his visit to Arizona, and he just thought everything was so special about it. Yes, Noah Fifita is the guy, but he wanted to be a part of this team.
Yeah, and there's something to be said about just a personality fit. There is limited eligibility. You only have so many years you can be in college playing college football, so might as well enjoy the ones you're at.
Yarborough with a first down across midfield. Boy, the line really opened things up there. 10-yard pickup.
Sometimes running plays, I like to call these Kansas State runs, because back in the Bill Snyder days, they would just do this, where you get shoulder to shoulder and you just push downfield. If you're shoulder to shoulder and you got big guys like Chuba Mae that are right next to you, you're probably not going to have penetration. And if you're a running back that's patient enough, there will be an opening to pop through. Then you just have to accelerate into that open space. It's a very well-executed version of that.
Locke fires. That is caught. And cut down near the 35 is Devin Hyatt, the younger brother of Jalen Hyatt, now with the New York Giants, the former Biletnikoff Award winner at Tennessee.
Good bloodlines there at wide receiver, but I really like the route concept there. That was, the protection concept. They pulled a guard to the backside of that play to make it look like a run, to keep the linebackers in, to open the passing lane up on the outside.
Yarborough, boy, darting right through the hole. Inside the 30 for a gain of 8. You know, so Seth Doege told us yesterday, yes, I'm an air raid guy, and at my heart, I want to throw it 50 times a game. But last year at Marshall, a team that won 10 games, won the Sun Belt, I learned that you have to run to win the football. I had to tailor my offense to my personnel. On 2nd and 2, Yarborough again, lowering the shoulder. And Yarborough out to the 25 with a first down.
He lost his lid on the way by, and it looks like there's some yellow that found its way to the field. Might have had that helmet pulled off by a defender. Kind of lost it on the sideline from our view.
Personal foul, face mask, number 29, defense. Half the distance to the goal, automatic first down. Number 0 may stay in the game since his helmet came off due to a foul.
Exactly right. If it's pulled off by the defender, you don't have to sit out the play or spend a timeout to get him back in the game.
Yeah, he's 29. He got stiff-armed. This is one of the little weird things about football, and I don't like it, even though I'm a running back, is that if I'm a ball carrier, I can put my hand on your face so long as I don't grab the face mask. But if you are a defender, you can't put your hand on my face for any reason. So it's a weird little idiosyncrasy about football. And defensive players, your gripe is legitimate. I don't like it either, but it benefits my position.
Yeah,
so
you were a running back. You loved it.
We'll roll with it.
Lock incomplete. Looking for Isaiah Mizell, the true freshman who had a couple of catches last week. Monte Pate had the coverage.
It was a nice job there by Pate. It looks like he was kind of banged up on the play. It was a really nice job there. It's kind of borderline pass interference. So, I mean, the Arizona fans that might be wanting that, you can, as long as you don't distract the receiver from the route that he's on, you can't move him off his spot, but you can leverage around him. And so he had a hand on the back hip, but he didn't force him to move. So it's a technique you get taught how to do, well executed, borderline, but definitely not a foul.
Pate limped off. Yarborough takes it inside the 10 with under 9 to play. So with the run game, Seth Dagey said that he kind of discovered last year at Marshall for the Thundering Herd in that great season. He interviews with Brent Brennan, and Brennan asked him about his philosophy. All right, air raid, tell me what you want to do. And Brennan was so excited when he heard Dagey talk about his run concepts and how much he believes in them from his time at Marshall.
Yeah, and then you got the dudes to do it. You have big offensive linemen. Their starting guards are 6'5", 320, and 6'7", 330. When you have that type of beef inside, it makes it really easy to run the ball.
Locke is sacked. Back past the 20-yard line. Sione Hala and Keanis Thompson, the two best players on the Weber State defense combined. It's a loss of 12.
That's understanding the situation. It's not the worst outcome. You don't want to throw an interception in that situation. You don't really have a place to go. So Locke probably has the capacity to move back, but Chubamaye just got pushed all the way back. I think he's got his foot stepped on and bench pressed at the same time. And even someone who's 6'2", 350 can still find his way to the ground when the opponent is still very strong. But not the worst thing to take a sack because the ball's not in harm's way and you still have a kicker that can get the ball through the uprights.
Tyler Prasoon from 39 yards. No good. Just off to the right. So Prasoon subbed in for the kickoff specialist, Ian Wagner. Had a couple of touchbacks. Now he misses a field goal here in the fourth quarter. Fifita staying engaged, even though he's long gone from this game, helping out his backup, Braden Locke. When Noah Fifita was on the field tonight, he was electric.
And it started right away. The very first drive of the game hits a 31-yard touchdown pass to a miscommunication on the defensive side, but you capitalize on the misplay. And then you got an 85-yard touchdown pass, just one-on-one man coverage, and then it just keeps the onslaught coming with how effective and efficient the play is. You get Trey Spivey scoring there. You get another touchdown on a really nice crossing route, and then there's a screenplay with offensive line in front of him. He didn't do a lot of work on that one, but that was a team execution all the way around the board on the big pass, short pass, intermediate pass, running game. I think the offensive coaching staff for Arizona can feel very happy with how they perform.
Fifita equaling his career high with 5 touchdown passes and 5 incompletions. Did it about 3/4 of work, thereabout, that's all.
Good day at the office.
Light work. And again, for Noah Fifita, it was so important for him to have this kind of performance this week after he felt he was subpar in the opener against Hawaii.
So going back to what do you do if you're playing against this Arizona defense? Now, in this play, they tried to run an NT stunt. NT meaning nose end defensive tackle. The 2 big guys in the middle. They tried to twist. Well, one guy has to go in front, one guy has to go behind. You can't just have 2 people run into each other. If you can capture the guy going behind, you open this giant gap because somebody ran out of it. So if you can find where the twists are coming from and pass them off correctly, you can gash this defense. It's really upon the defense to make the tackles when you get them.
Coulter May, the short yardage back, picks up the first down on 3rd and 2. There's a flag down.
It's another hold on the front side of the play for Weber State, unfortunately.
Long night for everyone, including Tuda Salam, now past midnight here in Tucson.
Happy tomorrow,
Good
everybody.
Sunday morning to you.
Holding, number 81, offense, 10-yard penalty, 3rd down.
And by the way, that makes the first full NFL Sunday of the season is finally here.
All is right with the world. Everything's planets have come back into alignment. We got college football here. Conference play starts really soon. We've had some rivalry games today, NFL today.
So with the penalty, 3rd and 8 for Weber State.
Unless they get out of it, they have a blitz coming from the field, which it looks like Coach Mental wants to make sure that they're protecting correctly.
Weber State takes their 2nd charge timeout of the half. 30 seconds in length.
So, NFL Sunday for sure, and we go from Tucson to your fantasy lineups. 3 former Cats with plenty of buzz during draft season. Tyler Loop has taken over for Justin Tucker as Baltimore's kicker. Teteroa McMillan, again, the superstar here at Arizona, now the new #1 target for Bryce Young and Carolina. I think he's going to beat that ranking. Somebody get Mike Clay on the phone. Number 25 on the week. Come on, man. T-Mac is going to ball out against the Jaguars. Great matchup for him. I wanted him so badly in my main league. He went earlier in the 4th round. And then Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. You see McMillan's numbers. JCM, Bill Krosky-Merritt. What a riser he was during draft season and the role he's carved out in Washington. And he played 1 game here last year at Arizona because of that clerical error, leading to his eligibility issue. 3rd and 8, Gilkey off his back foot. That's a first down. Kelton Wafer, the true freshman from McKinney, Texas, just north of Dallas with his first career catch, and it goes for 16 yards.
Yeah, really nice execution there. And Arizona's playing kind of their base coverage, their equivalent of a base coverage. I like to call it Hawkeye 4, because the University of Iowa has done this for forever. They play a cover 2, meaning there's 2 deep safeties. And what are the corners doing? they're kind of playing a cover 4, so it's kind of a deep safety, but they have to drive on everything else. This defense only works, that coverage only works when your corners are really good and really capable. If you're too soft, you get a play like what we saw in that conversion, where you get players to drop off in front of you.
Coleman Patman, another true freshman, this time for Arizona, with a tackle on Herbacek. No gain.
It's funny as you're watching Danny Gonzalez's face, and he looks mad. He looks disappointed. Giving up 3 points. They've gotten a zillion sacks. They've got a pick 6.
And what did he tell us yesterday? Well, we're not very good yet, but at least we play hard.
Coach, you've given up 184 yards, 3 points.
Gilkey down the field for Noah Kerr. And where did that end up? Incomplete.
Yeah, I think that was just a bad ball. I don't think there was anything other than the fact that there was a receiver that was actually streaking down the field. I think he just didn't get his shoulders around, didn't deliver the ball. And you're looking at Danny Gonzalez there. He's brought an intensity to this team that Seth Dagey matches on the offensive side. When we were talking to Coach Brennan, he mentioned that how well those two work together because how wonky this defense is. You don't see a lot of this against anybody else, so you kind of have to get looks. Well, how do you get looks if your defense doesn't do anything? Well, you kind of got to work together, and that was one thing that these two have done a really good job of. It's made this team much more cohesive when the coaching staff is cohesive.
Deep ball from Gilkey, and batted away. Marvin Session, the target. John O'Price waving the finger like Mutombo. No way.
Yeah, a lot of, I mean, if Weber State fans are still tuned in, they might be going, oh, it should be a pass interference. So really, both guys were trying to use the other as leverage. And if I'm pulling on you and you're pulling on me, there's no distinct advantage in who's actually causing the foul. So you have to call offensive pass interference, defensive pass interference. In most of those cases, you're just going to call neither if both are hand fighting.
Low snap. Way handles it. And Patterson won't have a chance at this one. Rolls just inside the 20. With 4.5 to go, Arizona up 48-3.
You want to throw a pass down the field? No, no, no. You're going to get a big wave of the finger here in Arizona. 48-3, Wildcats over the Wildcats.
Well, some might have checked out. We're glad you haven't, with 4.5 to go, and sometimes you need help putting up the Wildcat hand. Good for Mom, good for him, and good for Arizona tonight.
When that sleep comes crawling, I mean, it's been a long day. This game was supposed to have kicked off 5 hours ago, and little fellas having it. And we got some college students also taking a little bit of a snooze.
Just spread out, why don't you? And a new running back for Arizona, Anthony Wilhite. Across the 25, a gain of 7.
Gain of 7 on the play, second down.
Wilhite, the junior from Tucson and South Point Catholic. Well, Arizona's short week became even shorter with the lightning delay that pushed kickoff back 2 hours and 10 minutes tonight. They get ready for Kansas State on Friday in what is actually not a Big 12 conference game.
Yeah, we mentioned it was scheduled when Arizona was still in the Pac-12. And
once again, Wilhite, and stood up right at the line.
Yep, and technically not part of the Big 12 conference. So they've got 10 conference games. They have Kansas State, then they have a bye, then Iowa State, Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State looked bad today at Oregon. But then you have BYU, Houston, another bye, Colorado, Kansas, Cincinnati, Baylor, and then a big rivalry game at the end. The Big 12, just by the nature of the parity of the conference, I mean, Oklahoma State, you got to think they're better than they were today. But there's not a lot of games where you can go, man, glad we have XYZ on the schedule. It's tough every single week.
And the balance of this league, just like last year, it seems like that is how the race is going to play out when we do make it to league play. Wilhite moves the chains with under 3 to go.
And we'll talk about that play in a second here. And the Big 12 itself, because of how much parity there is, there's not a lot of room for losses. So Iowa State coming away 3-0. They had the win against Kansas State in Ireland. They have another win against the Hawkeyes in a Power 4 versus Power 4 conference schedule. But where do you find the soft team? There's no bottom of the barrel. And again, Oklahoma State looked like it today, but you'd think that they're going to be better than what they showed on tape.
Another run for Wilhite across the 35, stopped by Mahuka. I mean, listen, I know you're an Iowa State guy as we head toward the 2-minute timeout, but the resume they've put together, even with playing in week 0, it's up there with just about anybody in the country right now here in the early part of the season.
And what do you want to have if you want to be a successful team? You got to have a defense, you got to have a quarterback, and check for
this
both
is
of
the
those
2-minute timeout
for the Iowa State Cyclones.
Arizona on its way to a 2-0 start. Still smiling past midnight here in Tucson. Fun night for Noah Fafita. 5 touchdown passes. Arizona taking care of business against Weber State from the FCS. Out of the 2-minute timeout, and the third quarterback of the night. Following Braden Locke, it's redshirt freshman Mason Bray. And Bray keeps it. Of course he's going to keep it. A flag is down behind the play. This isn't going to count. But Bray all the way across the 20. You're in the game for the first time. Of course you're pulling it on that play.
Excellent read. It's exactly where...
Number 89, offense. 10-yard penalty, second down.
Come on, man. That's exactly the right read. The defensive end crashes down on the running back. You pull that, you get yourself up to the field, you make a great play, and the whole thing doesn't count. You got to bring it back. Yeah, the holding's going to come on the outside right there. You have a wide receiver, number 89, who's got his hands in. But again, I don't know, when you're blocking out in space, I don't know if you're coming inside or outside. He's doing his best to just stay in front of somebody, but just unfortunately holds on a little bit too much.
Yeah, that was Jordan McCord III with the hold.
Yeah, we were showing as we went to break, Coach Brennan smiling and laughing, and it's kind of a fun juxtaposition. When you talk with the whole coaching staff, Seth Dagey and Danny Gonzalez are intense. They're very go-go type guys.
Bray's pass incomplete. Looking for Scotty Brennan.
And so
Brennan, yes, all smiles even to the end here.
He's just smiling, he's happy. He came into the meeting in flip-flops, and we were on the field earlier. He was just walking around, having a conversation. Like, if he just had a lemonade and some flip-flops on the field, you wouldn't be surprised. But that balance back and forth between the go-go of the coaches and the relaxed, calm togetherness of Coach Brennan, I mean, it's a really nice balance personality-wise. And one of the other reasons why he's going to be happy in a moment like this is the guys that are on the field are the ones that you just love seeing them play. The guys that just work their butts off all the time on scout team, freshmen just getting reps.
A first down completion to Wilhite and into Weber State territory. So Arizona converts on 3rd and 9. 22 yards.
And guys, they're doing this again, you know, on the scout team. What you're doing is you're pretending to be the opponent. You're pretending. So he was probably Jackson Gilkey this week. He was pretending to be the opponent. So now you let them be themselves. You let them be on the field. You let them be themselves in moments like this. And it's so much fun as a teammate and a coach to just watch them get to kind of shine.
Of course, game day is set for next week. Georgia and Tennessee in Knoxville. Wow. So we hit a minute to go. Would love to be there next weekend. The scene that'll be. Can't wait for McAfee's kick once again. Segment that is turned into. But here in Tucson, it has been all about Arizona building momentum. That is what Brent Brennan told us yesterday. He wants to do that. Another clean game. Bray on the keeper and cut down just past the 35. And that should be it. Final play. Because Arizona looks forward to that non-Big 12 game on Friday night right here against Kansas State.
A Kansas State team is trying to rebound from a loss against Army, so that's going to be a confident team coming against a desperate team, with the Wildcats playing the Wildcats again for the second game in a row.
Arizona dismantles Weber State tonight. Even with the lightning that delayed kickoff by 2+ hours, Arizona unbothered. 48-3, the final. Noah Fafita matched his career high with 5 touchdown passes, 353 yards as he continues to climb the Arizona career passing charts. We appreciate you joining us tonight and staying up all the way to Sunday morning. For Jeff Woody and our entire crew, Ted Emmerich saying so long from Tucson. The turnover sword got a couple of more footballs. Noah Fafita had a big game. Arizona wins it 48-3.